boy, oh boy. Here we are. Trying to get the volume right so that it's not ass. It's not overpowering. Just very basic music today. Boy, sorry off to a great start. Hold on a second. It's a little bit. No, actually, I think that this is probably. Oh fuck! God damn it! I'm having this issue with OBS where I'm trying to use it in VR, but oh god. Okay. Let me know if the music is too loud. But I think it should be fine. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your resident virtual DJ, DJ Leaf, who wishes that he was coming to you in better circumstances. Man, I don't have a lot. This is gonna be a very impromptu sort of stream. It is on it is a Thursday, which I don't think that we've ever. Oh Jesus. Okay, there we go. I don't think we've ever streamed on a Thursday before. Also, hello to Lucid Centiphage and Revig. Yeah, let me know if the music is too loud, but I think it's fine. So, welcome to the stream. I have bad news if you love music. Unless if you love lo-fi hip hop, I've got great news for you. You're gonna be listening to it for maybe the next half hour or so. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about today. Stuff that has happened to me in my life that is probably going. I'm not sure if anybody noticed the opening graphic for today's stream, but DJ Leaf has seen better days. DJ Leaf has certainly seen better days. Yeah, that took me a half an hour in Photoshop to make, by the way. That was actually a high effort shitpost. Yeah, it's not looking so good right now. So I have notes today because I don't want to fucking ramble for 17 hours or whatever. I want to keep things pretty on topic. Normally I would never do a stream like this, but I think that it's definitely relevant to the channel because there's gonna be some short-term changes. So nothing bad. Don't worry. It's nothing bad for the channel at least. While DJ Leaf the human being is not doing so great, there's plenty of good times probably for the DJ Leaf channel. We'll see. So I'm just gonna get right into this. I'm gonna try and keep this as short as possible. There will be a DJ stream today. I promise you that. There will be DJing, but this stuff is pretty important. So I want to get it out of the way. Oh, my mic is real quiet. Oh shit, it's the wrong mic, isn't it? Hold on a second. Oh, of course. There we go. Wow. Off to a great start. I had the wrong fucking microphone for OBS. So this should be a lot better. Here, actually, because of that. See, I was basing the audio volume for the lo-fi based off of what my levels are telling me, but my levels were wrong because my levels were capturing my microphone. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna quickly rephrase what I said earlier because I was a little quiet. Yeah, today is gonna be a bit of a different stream. There will be music. There will be a DJ mix coming in this stream, but there's a lot of stuff that I need to talk about. Truthfully, there's a lot of stuff that I kind of feel like I have to vent about because yeah, things have gotten pretty bad for me. So yeah, I'm not going to waste any more of your time. I do have notes here to make sure that I stay on topic and I don't rant for like fucking 17 hours. I'm going to try and keep it under like 30 minutes at least, but we'll see. So to start things off, yeah, that infographic, I posted that on Twitter and a lot of people liked it. I don't know if people thought it was a joke. Ohayou gozaimasu. Shi-san. Ohayou gozaimasu. I think is it morning? Asa desu ka? Nihon de ima asa desu ka? ちょっと hayai ne. Sorry, I'll try not to speak Japanese. Yeah. So yeah, that graphic that that was the opening stream graphic. That's not a joke. I don't know if people who saw that on Twitter. I'm not sure if they knew that, but that was not a joke. I lost my job recently. I was fired. Yeah, I got fired. Fired from my job. It sucks. Wow. Oh, it's 8 a.m. in Japan right now. Nihon de hachi. Wow, fuck. I forgot. Hachiji desu. I need to relearn my Japanese. Womp womp indeed. Womp womp indeed. So to set the stage, I won't say where I worked or like what industry I worked or anything like that, but I did work at like basically like a store, you know, like you sit down, customers come in, you serve the customer and they leave. A very basic job. It was like 90% downtime. Like I did almost nothing. So like, you know, what right do I have to complain, right? No, but it does suck because, you know, it was what was keeping me afloat. Before I got this job, I was in a very, very bad place financially. I was like having to borrow money from my dad, and like I couldn't afford rent, and I couldn't afford the bills, and I couldn't afford toothpaste. It was very bad. And so I was just like, I was looking for jobs, and I was shotgunning Indeed. I don't know if you know what Indeed is, but it's like a job searching program or website. And I got a job at this place, and I was like, oh, thank God. You know, like I was so, it was really bad there for a bit. And then I've been working here for 6 months. Recently, oh, what's this? We need those reports by 5 today. How about I spend you some shiny days instead? No, I didn't work at an office job or anything like that. Honestly, it was a job that like anybody could do, but I had a lot of experience in this specific kind of industry. For long-time fans probably know what I'm talking about, but I don't want to go out and say it because like I don't want to get into any trouble. But yeah, it was a retail job, essentially. It was a retail job, essentially. But it was a retail job that demanded a lot of customer service work, right? So I had a lot of experience in this industry, and that's how I got the job. And I had it for 6 months, and up until very recently, this was in January, I went to Virginia. And we'll talk about Virginia later because Virginia was a great time. I did a live set, an IRL live set in Virginia. It was a private event that I got invited to like pretty last minute. Like I was a part of a URL event, and one of the people who was the organizers was like, hey, DJ Leaf, do you want to come to Virginia in like a month? We're doing a big party. And I was like, fuck yeah, I do. When I first got this job, I told my boss, listen, I'm a DJ. I do stuff. I'll work whatever hours you want, whatever days you want. I won't complain. I'll do whatever you want. But like, there will be times where like, I'll have to like take time off
for DJ related stuff. And he was like, yeah, no, that's no problem. It's no problem. So I went to Virginia for a week, about a week. It was like 4 or 5 days. And I got back from Virginia. And when I got back, normally I'm scheduled for 3 days. And when I got back, I was scheduled for 2 days. And I was like, that's a little bit odd, but like hasn't been the first time that like I've been given 2 days for the week. And I'm like, I'm just getting back from vacation. Probably like one of those shifts was like promised to somebody for that week. And so it's no big deal. Then the next week I get 1 shift and I'm like, oh no, that's only happened like one other time. And the one time that it happened was when like my bosses were very mad at me. And I'll get to that for a second. There was a time where my bosses were mad at me, and then they were no longer mad at me because I improved my skills at work. So, this is just after vacation, and I'm only getting 1 shift for the week, and I'm like, that's probably a bad sign. But I'm like, what can I do? It's like you see a train. Like you're tied to train tracks and you see the train coming, and it's like, listen, like I can wriggle around and cry, but like that train's gonna fucking run me over no matter what. So I was just like, what can I do? So it's probably a bad sign, but all I could do was hope for the best. And then next week comes by and I get no schedule for that week, and I'm like, this is bad. I've never gotten a week without being scheduled. At first I was like, oh, maybe they're gonna like wait until like midweek to like schedule, because sometimes they scheduled me like the day before, and I was like, yeah, it was it wasn't a very professional workplace. But it's like I was trying to hold on to hope, because again, what can I do, right? Like I can't go to the boss and say like, hey, please no. Please don't shoot. I swear, I'm begging you. No, I couldn't do that. Like that wasn't gonna help anything. So, after that, I called my boss. I texted my boss, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Is everything all right? And the response to that is this big text that says I'm fired. And this is important. I'm sorry I'm boring you guys to tears probably, but like this is important, like why it was, the fact that I was fired and why I was fired. So I get this big text, and to put it in perspective, right? Like, I don't see my boss often, but like anytime I did see my boss, like I spoke to him, we were very friendly with each other. I was very open and honest with him. And there was a time, right, where, and this is getting a little bit into the next topic, which is the Canadian economy, which is, again, very relevant, unfortunately. But there was a time where I realized that my business was probably going to be going out of business pretty soon, because of things that were happening with the economy, specifically with taxes. All of our prices were raised $10 overnight. Oh my God, where'd I go? Where'd I go? Oh, okay. Yeah, all of our prices were raised $10 overnight, which is fucking bad. It's really, really bad, especially at a time where like people are like struggling to put food on the table. And like winter was fast approaching, and anytime winter comes, winter is like a huge hit to almost any business that relies on foot traffic, like people actually getting up and going into the store. So I was like, there was a time where I was dooming about my job, because I was like, we're fucked. Like this place is gonna go out of business. It's not like a big business. It's like 2 guys and 2 locations. I should probably be like looking at my my notes. I'm probably already going over time. Yeah, so I was doing about my job, and my boss pulled me aside and he's like, listen, we're getting complaints because like you're super depressed all the time. And you're dooming constantly. So like, please stop doing that, and like, please like focus on like, being like happy and well, actually he didn't say that. What he said was that like my customer service was horrible. Wait, hold on. The music stopped? Why did the music stop? It shouldn't have stopped. What? Oh, okay. That was weird. Yeah, he said my customer service was horrible. And I asked him why. Why is it bad? You know, of course, that's the first question you're gonna ask. Like, what did I do? You know, I never really got an answer to that question, even back then. So I had to kind of just guess. I'm dead serious. Like, I asked him like he said, like, there are customers who are complaining about you, and I'm like, what are the complaints, so that like I know like not to behave that way in the future. And he's like, it's not about that. Don't worry about that. That's not. And I'm like, what do you mean don't worry about what? What do you mean don't worry about that? What do you mean? Of course it's about that. Like, if I've done so, like, this is what I mean by like I kind of had to guess, right? What he did tell me is like, hey, you know, you're worried a lot about like the business, and like don't worry about the business, just worry about customer service. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. You know, I was probably, you know, I was doing a lot at work. I was probably like looking like depressed to everybody, and they're just like, ugh, look at this like gross depressed man who's like fighting to stay alive for on minimum wage in like one of the least livable cities on the continent. Ooh, how dare he be depressed? No, but okay, fair enough, right? You know, like you don't want to like walk into a store and like some guy's just like, you know, long face. So I was like, okay, I got to get my act together, and I did. And I totally changed like how it was that I was doing customer service. And like anytime somebody walked in, I was always very nice. I was always very happy. You know, I was always like trying to like help customers like with what product it is that they wanted to get. And if they were just, sometimes I'd go to a customer and be like, oh, I'm fine. I'm just browsing. You know, I'm just looking around. And I'm like, all right, no problem. And I just, you know, I'll like walk away and maybe like do something else, or, you know, like I would like pretend to like stock the shelves and shit, and you know, basically just wait until like they're ready, and then I'd talk to them. So this is how I've been doing my customer service like the past like 2 months since I had this conversation with my boss. And since then, I went to him and I said, hey, so like, have you noticed like any improvements? Like, because I really have been trying to do a lot to like improve my customer service for this job. And there was like a period of time where like it looked like I was going to get fired. And then all of a sudden, you know, they're treating me nicely and they're giving me my shifts again, and it looks all fine. So I'm like, okay, clearly I've done something right. Clearly something is going right? Like I'm doing something right. So I asked my boss point blank, and he basically just shrugged it off. He's just like, you know, like I'm really busy. This guy's, by the way, like 25, which is younger than me. Actually, I think he was younger than that. I think he's 24, actually. So he's 24 and a university student. You're stronger than me. I'm exuding a permanent aura of hatred at work, but I work at a factory, so it's normal to hate our jobs. Yeah, honestly, I wish I had that option, because like what happened is that, you know, and I think that, you know, maybe this is, but I don't know, right? Like I don't know why it is that my customer service is so bad, because I fucking asked and I never got an answer. And I was told like, you know, we have very high standards for customer service here. Mind you, this is a 2-man operation, this fucking business. It's a 2-man operation, and it's being paid mostly out of pocket, and they are like down to the wire on finances. Like this place was not doing well financially at all, whatsoever. And they were not professional at all. You know, because I had worked at this same industry, a previous job, and I know what it's like to like have like a proper, you know, like you keep your inventory, you know, you have systems for shit. None of that was being done at this job. Like there's not even like theft prevention measures. You know, it's just like, oh, you know, like there's cameras, so like, you know, like maybe you'll get caught, but Eurobeat mix when? Ooh. You've totally derailed my chain of thought. The answer is okay, I'll answer that real quick. I I actually do have a shit ton of Eurobeat. The reason I've done, there is a Eurobeat mix on this channel, a Tuesday Eurobeat mix. It's very short though. So I've dabbled, I've dipped my toe in the water. And I really do want to do a Eurobeat mix. I just keep putting it off and I keep putting it off. And the problem is that Eurobeat is a bit unwieldy to mix because it's all like shit from like the 90s and like all the BPMs are off by like decimal points. So like, for example, like a Manuel song is gonna be like 170 like 0.56 or something ridiculous like that, because like back then the technology that they were using just wasn't very precise. So I'm gonna have to like go, that's part of the reason why I've been putting it off so long. 3 years ago. Has it really been that long? My God. You've been holding out hope for so long. I feel so bad. I really should do a Eurobeat. Well, okay. We'll talk more about that towards the end of the stream because, you know, once I'm done fucking complaining, we are going to be talking about like where the channel is going to be moving forward in the future. So, to get back on topic, I had an issue with my job where my boss was dissatisfied with my customer service. However, he never gave me any guidelines as to how to act. He only gave me very vague platitudes. Like he only said that like customer service is very, very important. And it, you know, like we have like competition, and like the thing that gives us an edge of our competition is our customer service and how nice we are to people. And I'm like, okay, but like, what do you want me to do? And I never got an answer to that. I never, ever got an answer. Like, the most I ever got was like, you know, like, be friendly, smile. Okay, I did that. But apparently that was not enough. So I was told in this text message of me getting fired, not only is my customer service does not meet expectations, but I treated our customers so badly. Like, this is the verbiage in the termination notice. It's not even really a termination notice. It's not official. It's just a text message. You treated our customers so badly, and you did, and the way that the message ends is, we wish you the best of luck, even though you caused a significant damage to our business. Wow, like what a fucking backhanded thing to say to somebody. Yeah, wish you all the best, even though you fucking ruined my business, you piece of shit. Like. Like, and it's crazy to me. They're saying like, oh, we lost so many customers because of you. Could possibly the reason be that we lost so many customers is because our prices went from $35 after tax to almost $50 after tax for a basic product? Perhaps that is why we lost so many customers. And again, it's like, you know, from the way that it's worded, you know, it almost sounds like I was cursing out customers. I was saying, oh, fuck you, you suck, oh, you're fat, like, like something crazy like that, right? Yeah, bro just didn't like you and wanted an excuse, in my opinion, based on those responses. Well, listen, take what I say with a grain of salt, right? Because of course I'm biased, right? Like, I'm only telling you my side of the story, which, mind you, like, I don't even really know his side of the story because he refused to tell me. Like, apparently customers complained about me. What was the complaint? Who knows? Who knows? Like, you think about it, right? And it's like, if you say something to a customer that like really like ticks them off to the point where like they're gonna like complain to your boss, like that's a pretty serious thing. That's like yeah, like this guy, like, you know, told me to fuck off or whatever. Let's all be biased here. Fuck that guy. Yeah, fuck that guy. No, but for real, like, you know, I'm willing to accept that, like, maybe, like, I didn't do, like, the best job because, you know, talking about that, like, aura of hatred, right? There were some times where, like, somebody, like, would come into the store and they were, like, very, very rude, very disrespectful. of course, the whole time, like, I'm smiling and I'm trying to be friendly, but like deep down, like that aura of hatred is there. That like, oh, I just want you to fucking leave. Like, you know, like people who would like fucking like open boxes before paying for shit and then leave their trash on the counter. And it's like, I probably shouldn't say that on but I thought very mean things about those people. Very, very mean things. And maybe the hateful aura did kind of like shine through a bit, but like, I don't know. Even if that's the case, I don't think that's reason enough to complain to somebody's boss to try and get them fired. So my theory is this, because here's the thing, you know, our system, you know, our sales were like, well, not public, like to the public, but like I could check our sales every day, and we had just opened a second location. And I remember, mind you, but when I signed up for the job, it was already too late. Like this second location was going to get opened. Regardless, it was already in the process of being open. And I saw where it was being opened, and it was right down the street from my old workplace. And the old workplace I used to work for, this is a major multi-million-dollar company. Like, this is like a big company that I used to work. Well, I say big company. Technically, it's kind of a small company in the grand scheme of things. But like, compared to these guys who are like literally just 2 people, like there's maybe 3 if you count the accountant, but basically just 2 people. They're setting up shop, brand new shop in an area where I knew that there was it was a hugely competitive area, because when I worked at that old place, they were constantly complaining about like new shops selling the same stuff, opening up like 5 feet away, like across the street, you know, like it was. And because of that, every time that happened, every time a new place opened up, sales went down and down and down. And that's why I got fired from that place, was because sales were really bad and they had to downsize. It wasn't just me, like they cut so many people. Apparently they cut something like 15% of their staff after I was terminated. So I find out that he's opening this new store in that area. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably a bad idea. Because, and for all of the reasons that I just said. And he was like, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Because like, people, the parking in that area is really bad. So they're going to park in our area and they're going to come to our shop instead. And I'm like, okay. Business genius right here. Yeah. Yeah. The parking. Yeah. That's the real issue. It's not that there's 10 stores within walking distance that sell the same thing. No, it's the parking. Yeah. So yeah, if you have parking spots, you'll be fine. No big deal. Guess what? It wasn't fine, because I could check the records. I could check the sales records for that location, and I checked them like every day. And some days they were making $400 total for the whole day. And that's not including taxes that they have to pay the government, because this product is heavily taxed. I'm really narrowing it down, but this product is heavily, heavily taxed, to the point where like sometimes like 50% of the price is a tax. So really it's like $200. And then that's not including like sales price, you know, like wholesale price. So really that's like $150 a day when you're paying like $7,000 for rents alone. Yeah, so I was like, this is bad. Like, I was looking at these sales like every day. I'm like, these guys are fucked. So my theory is that they were kind of like fucked financially. The other thing that happened is that before, when I got back from vacation, they told me that a pipe had burst, like a sewage pipe had burst above the store and ruined hundreds of dollars worth of products, hundreds of dollars. And I think somebody was on staff when that happened. So some poor bastard, probably one of the owners, got covered in liquid shit and they lost hundreds of dollars, maybe thousands even. It was a lot of money. They lost a lot of money, maybe like $2,000 worth of money. And mind you, like my boss told me, he really shouldn't have told me, but he told me in no uncertain terms, yeah, so like before you got here, which is, mind you, before the taxes, he's like, and before the second location, he said, before you got here, yeah, we were just breaking even. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, and in fact, like the two owners, like, yeah, like we make no money. Like we're actually like in the hole. And I'm like, okay. It's like, yeah, this is what he told me. He told me that. He really should not have told me this. He told me they were just breaking even. Hold on, let me read this real quick from Leo Atrox. My problem, I'm from Russia, and I don't understand English language. It's so sad. My comrade in the war against Ukraine. Brutal. I don't know what that last part. I don't know what that last part means. Actually, is Leo? I think Leo might actually be in the war. I don't know. Leo, are you in? He can't understand English. Fuck. I can't talk to him. I hope all is well for you, Leo. How do you say it? Snabibo. Spasibo. Yeah, I can say that. Thank you. Spasibo. Moving on. So, yeah, real confidence inspiring pep talk there, boss. Real confidence inspiring. Yeah, it's like, no wonder I was dooming, right? Like, he's literally telling me, like, yeah, we don't make any money, and we just opened a new location, and all of our prices increased by $10. And I'm like, I'm doing the math, and I'm like, we're fucked. Like, we're not making enough money to pay the rent. So, my theory as to what happened is that they wanted to let me go. I don't know if they found a replacement for me. If they did find a replacement for me, I don't know. If they did, they probably are giving them less hours. I think what it was, I think it was a combination of two things. I think it was that they were running out of money. They were hemorrhaging money. I also told them, like, hey, you know that, like, when winter hits, like, we're going to make significantly less money, because that's what happened at my last place. I told them, yeah, we're going to be making significantly less money because there's less foot traffic. You know, it's snowing outside. It's cold outside. People don't want to fucking go to the vape store to... No, I just... ignore that. People don't want to go to the store, the unspecified store, that to spend $50 on something that's going to last them a week or 2 weeks. Yeah, ignore that. Yeah, well, don't worry. I'll delete the VOD. No, I'm not actually gonna delete the VOD. I just don't want to narrow it down to like where it was that I was working, because like I don't want to. I will probably genuinely get in trouble if I were to do that. I'm way over time, by the way. Like, how long have I been streaming for? Too long. So yeah, I think that he didn't like me because, for one thing, I was never afraid to like criticize him. First of all, this guy's a college student, you know, like 36 minutes out, I'm way over. This guy's a college student. He's like not very business minded. There'd be times where, you know, like, I've worked for this multi-million-dollar company, so I'm telling him, like, hey, maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that. You probably should not be doing this. You probably should not be doing that. I think that kind of made him resent me a bit, like he didn't like me. There were some times, too, where, like, they told me to do things that were maybe legally questionable, let's say. And I was just like, why? Why are we doing this? And they just, like, didn't... I nearly got into this argument with my boss. He was like, yeah, so sell these products that we are legally not supposed to be selling. And I'm like, why? And he's like, don't worry about why. And I'm like, but why? Like, I have a right to ask that question, right? Like, so there were a couple of times where I got into spats because, like, I'm just like, the way that I am, like, I'm very like, I guess, like, rebellious. Like, my whole life, I've kind of been like, it's not so much that like I'm against authority in the, like, I'm not against the concept authority. I understand that authority is necessary, but like, I'm not afraid to like challenge authority if I think authority is being fucking stupid. So often I would do that. Towards the end though, like I wouldn't question anything because I was like so afraid of losing my job. But I think that like probably there was some resentment there. And then on top of that, I think they just didn't have the money, so they cut me. Now we're done talking about the stupid fucking job. We're done. I'm gonna try and blitz through the rest of this shit. The reason why all of this is important, the reason why I bring it all up, is because since I was fired for, you know, quote unquote, doing so much damage to the business, I'm not technically allowed to get unemployment benefits. Great. So I was in a situation, and this is like coming like right around the time that like I have to pay rent, of course. So I paid rent this month, and mind you, like my rent is very cheap because I live with a family friend, but even so, it's still money, and I have a phone bill to pay as well. So I paid rent, and I was like, I'm fucked. Like I honestly, like, since I got fired, I've been in a very, very depressive mood. I've been in a very, very terrible mood because I've just been like watching like my money count down, and I'm like, I'm gonna starve to death. It's not funny. But now you might be thinking, well, what's the big idea? Well, first hold on, let me read this real quick. Yeah, bro thought he had it all figured out, and you got to be front and center for probably his first taste of real failure. You actually might be onto something, because this guy is like, apparently he was a very, very good employee in this industry for a previous previous place he worked for, and then he's like, oh, running this kind of shop is easy. I can do it. You know, and the thing is though, is that being a very good employee versus being a very good business owner, two completely different skill sets. Not even remotely, not even like remotely comparable. So what it ended up being is that he was his best employee on the team. Like I'm free to admit that, you know, like he was a better customer service rep than I was, certainly. But like he was not a good businessman, like at all. Yeah, fun part is over. We're done talking about my stupid fucking job that fired me and almost ruined my life. You helped me discover FutureCore. Thank you. You're welcome. I mean, to say something very quickly about FutureCore, if you Google FutureCore now, like my mixes and Cytochrome's mixes are like the first thing that come up. And it's funny because like FutureCore is a super niche genre that was created by the Megarex record label via the Fujin albums. So it's a very new genre, which makes it a very niche genre, but it's super popular. It is by far the most popular genre on this channel. Like I can sleepwalk a FutureCore mix and get like 10,000 views easily, like, which is crazy to me because I'm so inconsistent with uploading FutureCore. Honestly, like most of the time when I upload FutureCore, it's like, okay, views are doing bad, I have to upload another FutureCore mix. But yeah, I appreciate the fact. I'm so happy anytime that somebody tells me that I introduce them to a certain genre of music. That makes me very, very happy because I think that this stuff is gas. I think it's fucking awesome. And I really want to expose it to many more people. Anyways, moving on. So you might be asking yourself, why don't you just get another job? I mean, like, it's pretty short notice. Like, to put it in perspective, I had, past tense, we'll get into that. But I had only enough money to last me like 30 days. Actually, maybe less. Yeah, after 30 days, I just would have been fucked. I would have had to start borrowing money. So pretty short notice. Like, if I could, well, okay. Come down to the States and work at my shitty factory. I hate my coworkers. God, I wish. I wish. Anyways, speaking of the States, and let's talk about Canada for a second. And I'm really actually gonna try to keep this brief. So, during the pandemic, let's say 2020 to 2022, things were amazing. Things were great. Like, basically, the government just gave everybody free money, and like a lot of free money. At least there would be good music then. Actually, I worked at a restaurant job once, and I would play Going Quantum DJ mixes in the back. And this is classic work shit. This is classic work shittery, where I asked my coworkers, like, hey, like, do you mind like what kind of music I play? And they're like, play whatever you want. Play whatever you want. And then like I would play like a fucking like really high and intense like electro mix, and they'd be like too nervous to tell me like, hey, like actually when I said play what you want, I meant like the Billboard top 50 songs and not whatever this is. But they wouldn't tell me that. So like they would just kind of like sit there and like grumble and like clearly like hate the music, but like they're too scared to like tell me to turn off. So I'm just like, yo, fuck you, I'm just gonna keep playing. I'm not gonna like, listen, you're an adult, you're like 57. You can tell me if you don't like the music. I don't mind. I'll change it if you ask me to. We're all here trying to make money to survive. So like, I'm not gonna be a dick about it, but like, don't ask me to like read your mind. Like, that's just so childish to me. Anyways, they're never ready for what you want. Yeah. You guys probably have had, as everybody on this channel has very similar music taste to me, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, here's the aux cable. Play whatever you want. Oh no, not that though. I mainly hear metal and hardcore. I see that face very often. Yeah, I'm sure. What's your favorite genre of music? This is a question I've become afraid of. Me too, dude. Me too. I can't even... actually, I can't answer that question. My favorite genre is high-tech. That is my favorite genre. And then when I tell people that who like don't listen to EDM, and even some people who do listen to EDM, they have no clue what the fuck I'm talking about. So I'm like, don't worry about it. Usually if somebody asks me my favorite genre, I tell them EDM. Which is absolutely not descriptive whatsoever. But like, if a normie hears that, then they're like, oh, okay, you listen to like the Beat Boops and like Avicii or whatever. Okay, sure. I love Avicii. Like no shade of I absolutely love Avicii, but I alternate between deathcore and weeb shit. Everyone knows not to give me the aux now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Real quick. Amazing story. So there was this there was a track and field day that it was like a track and field day for like these elementary school kids, and I was like one of like the, I guess, volunteer helpers for volunteer hours for high school. And they came to us and they're like, hey, like, can you play music for the event? This is well before I'm a DJ, right? This is well before I'm a DJ. And I immediately hopped on and I'm like, oh yeah, I got some music for you. I got some music for these fucking kids. So I played Going Quantum mixes, like electro and like fucking, it was actually, I think it was like mostly just like electro like dubstep, that kind of stuff. And it was like those kids, like I probably like put a lot of those kids like on a path of like music taste that they never recovered from. Yeah, it's funny, like there's always been kind of, ever since I've discovered EDM with really like Daft Punk back in the 2000s, like I've always had kind of a passion for sharing this music with other people. I hear everybody, don't worry, you can play your music. Sure? Yeah, totally. Okay, what the fuck is that? You can't hear that tune. Turn that down. Yeah, many such cases. At the future freshman of my high school, the cheerleaders did a performance to this banger DMB song. I love hearing DMB being enjoyed by the public. Me too. DMB is like, it's one of those genres that it's like, it's just normal enough where like normies can like tolerate it, but like it's like just cool enough to where I like it. Like it's like if I want to do like more live shows. I think I said this before, and I have done more live shows since then, but like I found it was a bit more difficult to break into the scene than I thought. But I do want to like do drum and bass. I want to go to a drum and bass scene and just play like fucking like Malzahn and like dark D&B shit, and really blow people's minds. Yeah, I love D&B. My normie mix is Daft Punk. My actual mix is Searle and Vocaloid Lil. Chad, absolutely Giga Chad there. I've had the Guild Receptionist ED stuck on repeat for weeks now. I need help. I assume that's a seasonal anime that I have not watched. It sounds nice. If it's I've noticed with anime recently that they've turned away from isekai to fantasy, but it's like low it's basically isekai fantasy. It's basically isekai without the isekai. Like it's all like fucking like game mechanics and shit, but like it's a fantasy world. Free Ren. I'm talking about Free Ren. But Free Ren is good, right? Like, but it's like, well, actually Free Ren isn't that egregious. Like Free Ren is actually like pretty reasonable when it comes to like its RPG type elements, but there are some that are literally just like, oh, I'm level 60. Oh, I'm going to like the guild quests and stuff like that. I haven't even seen this show. I'm not shitting on your taste or anything like that, but it's something that like I have noticed that's happened recently. So I guess that's one of those shows, the Guild Receptionist. Have you watched Interstellar 5555? Of course I fucking watched Interstellar 5555. One of the best like music, audio, visual experiences. I hesitate to call it a movie. It's more of a musical than a movie. It's like an EDM musical if you think about it. I've seen it many times. Oh, I heard that they did an AI upscaling of it recently that looks really fucking bad, which is tragic, especially considering it's Daft Punk, right? They kind of like came out like against artificial intelligence because it's scary technology. But yeah, I've seen Interstellar many times. It's really good. All of the isekai mechanics, but now isekai is a bad word. Yeah, I think it's just that like it became oversaturated. It became played out. Pandemic reset a lot of the anime industry. Pandemic fucked everything up. And to bring it back on track, I'm sorry, I'm enjoying too much talking to chat. We'll do more of this. I do want to talk to chat more. I do want to do more streams like this where like I can actually talk to you guys because you are all very interesting people. But I have to. Free Ren isn't even isekai; it's standard fantasy. Yeah, but it's like it's a setting that like wouldn't be out of place if it were an isekai. Is my point. Like it's not that egregious. Like I like Free Ren. I genuinely do like Free Ren. I know like some people shit on it because it's like flavor of the week stuff, but it's like if it was an isekai, it wouldn't be out of place. It wouldn't be out of place at all. But it's not. I actually kind of like the fact that they're going towards fantasy now because like that's really what they wanted to do from the beginning, I feel. But like it just became a chasing trends thing. Moving on. So speaking of COVID, the Canadian economy has been completely obliterated. So like we had like 2 years where like all money was free, everything was great. Of course, while it was happening, I was like, this is gonna have serious ramifications. Oh boy. this is going to cause very, very catastrophic inflation in the future because, you know, like I was working minimum wage and the money that the Canadian government was giving me during the pandemic was like, let me think. I was getting like $2,000 was it like $2,000 a month? Yeah, it was like $2,000 a month. No. Was it more? I think it was $2,000. Let's call it 2,000. I think it was more though. I think it actually may have been 3,000. 2,000, 3,000, whatever. It was like double the amount that I was making at my previous job. For free. For nothing. And yeah, it was very, very short-sighted economic planning. Very short-sighted. So like, and the thing is, right, it's that like this was not by accident. Like they wanted us to spend this money on whatever we wanted, because the whole point was that like the whole economy had shut down. So it was like, if you guys aren't spending money, then, you know, it's gonna cause like basically irreversible damage to like the entire business landscape, because like certain businesses will just dry up and go bankrupt because nobody has any money and everybody's like fucking starving to death. You know, you don't want to have a situation where like people are pinching pennies, and because of that they're not going out and buying extravagant things like VR headsets. Because those companies that make those things, if nobody's buying those things, they go out of business, and then those people don't have any money anymore, and then they can't buy things, and so on and so forth, and it's like a domino effect. So there was some rationality behind it, but it was just like, it's too much. It was way too much money they were giving us, to the point where it was like completely ridiculous. So the consequence of that has been like inflation. I know that like inflation is a big topic for the whole world, but especially in the Americans. The Americans talk about inflation a lot. However bad you think inflation is in America, it is about maybe 3 times as bad. Twice or 3 times as bad in Canada. It's really fucking bad. So, oh my God, some of this lo-fi mix just has certain parts where it's just silent, and then like, yeah, gotta love it as a DJ, right? You gotta love it. Anyway, so the Canadian economy is very bad. Basically, it's becoming impossible to live. I said that like I live with a family friend, and that's why I'm able to survive. If I was not, I looked up this address on like a website that like estimates like what the rent should be, and it says that my rent should be 10 times higher than what it is. I'm getting a deal because it's a family friend. It says it should be 10 times higher. 10 times. The average price for rent is now $3,500. The average price for food has gone up significantly. Like, that's the thing about inflation. They'll give you a number like, oh, it's like 8% inflation, like 10%. That's not evenly distributed across the board. Like, some things literally doubled in price. Like, the price of a can of Coke used to be $1. Now it's $2. And in some cases, $2.50 for a can of Coke. Used to be that you could get a meal for under $10 in Canada. Like a meal, like something that like you can eat and like you won't be hungry afterwards. Now you can't even get a sandwich for less than $10. To put it in perspective, like a Canadian dollar is worth 69 American cents. Nice. That being said, if you come here from America and you buy something, even though your dollar is like 30% more than ours or whatever, 30, 40% more, you're still going to be paying more money than you would if you were buying the same thing in America. That's how bad the inflation is in Canada. And I know this because I've had American friends come here and they're like, oh my God, everything is so expensive. This is actually like, even adjusting for the exchange rate, it's more expensive here than it is in America. Let me catch up with chat real quick. I got one stimmy check for like 1K at the start, and that was the only thing that whole situation got me, besides more overtime at work. That's crazy. That's crazy. But honestly, probably better in the long run, right? Like for the economy, because here's the thing, right? Yeah, we had those 2 golden years where we lived like kings. I was pretty exorbitant with my spending, because back then I knew it was not gonna last. I knew that like quickly approaching, there would be a time where like all of this shit was gonna catch up with us. So I wanted to milk it for every experience it was work, and I did. You know, I look back on those 2 years very fondly, which is crazy because it was like practically apocalyptic, but it was extremely irresponsible. And now we're all paying for it, because now it's like, yeah, you know, I lived for a king for 2 years, but now like I can't afford like food. Like, I mean, like, okay, I don't want to be dramatic. I can afford food, but like food is now so much more expensive. The majority of what I spend on money-wise is food. And it's now so expensive to where like, you know, say like you're spending like $1,000 on food a month, right? Well, inflation on food was like 25%, 30%. So now you're going from spending $1,000 a month to like $1,300 to $1,250 a month. And in some cases it's even worse than that. So it's just made it harder to live in general. Like, you work more hours for less. Like, your life is worse even though you're working harder. Like financially, like your life is worse even though you're working harder and longer hours than you ever had. You know, it's unheard of to do a shift like that's less than like 10 hours now. Like, it's fucked. It's totally fucked. So because of all this, it's almost impossible to get a job in where I live, Toronto, because all of this horrible economic shit is happening to everybody at once, at the same time. It's not just me that's suffering, everybody's suffering. And because everybody's suffering, well, a very large amount of businesses went out of business. And when I say a very large amount, I mean like tens of thousands of businesses. Like, there are some streets that I walk down, like I remember what it was like before the pandemic, and it's completely unrecognizable. Like, half of the stores are gone. And a lot of them not replaced with a new store, just gone. Like, just a for rent sign. There's nothing left. So, not good. This has caused a huge labor glut in the market, where essentially you are fighting for, and like you're fighting for minimum wage jobs. Like, these are really shitty jobs. Like, these are like soul crushing jobs where like you are a cog in a machine, and you are meant to like, it's almost in some cases, I have some PTSD over the fucking restaurant industry. In some cases it feels like the fucking military. Like, you question nothing, you just put your head down and you follow orders, and you do what's expected of you, and you get paid minimum wage. And these are the jobs that like 750 people are fighting over. And my last job, they told me, hey, did you know that we got 750 applicants this month for this job? And this is a small place. This is not a major company. This is a very, very small place. It's a 2-man operation. 750 applicants in a month. 750. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. When it comes to like a brand name, like a McDonald's or a Walmart or a Subway. You're talking about thousands, tens of thousands of applicants that you're having to fight against for a minimum wage, like practically slave labor job. Because remember, because of inflation, the dollar is weaker. Everything is, your purchasing power is much weaker than it used to be. So while, minimum wage has increased a number of times, it doesn't really feel like it because your purchasing power overall has decreased. So you're working longer hours for less money. It's terrible. Oh my God. I don't want to talk about I say all this to make it clear that, like, yeah, it's not just as simple as just like, oh, just find another job in less than a month before you run out of money and starve. Like, if were it that simple, I would fucking have another job by now. But this job that I recently got fired from was a job that it was like the 255th place that I applied to. I applied to a lot of places. And these were the only people who called me back. The only people who called me back was this place. The only interview, I got one interview out of all of that. So I was already pretty much like struggling. And now it's like, oh, I have like not enough money to last the rest of the month. I'm sorry, this is not like a beg for money stream. I promise. But it's relevant, right? Because like all of this has a pretty big impact on the channel and, going forward, like the kind of stuff that I want to do. And, it's forced me to ask myself a lot of tough questions. So let's talk about, one of the reasons why this is so terrible and why this is so shitty that this is happening now. I was invited to do a live set in Japan for the very first time by I probably shouldn't say who. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's fine because like this is like a pretty small stream. Not a lot of people are gonna watch all of this, so I think it's okay. A man by the name of Matsui K, who runs a independent hardcore label called Gemeinschaft Hardcore, invited me to do a live hardcore set in Japan. Out of nowhere. Out of absolutely nowhere. Like, literally, like, I'm walking home. Maybe I was walking home from work or something. And I get a Twitter DM. I had met Matsui back at Comiket in 2023 when I went to Japan. I met a lot of people there. And he gave me his card and stuff, and it was a nice time. And when I was there meeting one of my friends in Japan who's a raw style artist named Fo, who I've played many times on this channel. He's a fucking fantastic artist, very, very good. He told me, Matsui actually wanted you to DJ for him while you were here. And I'm like, I have like nothing prepared. I don't have any music. I have nothing at all. And he was like, that's too bad. Maybe next time. But I never thought anything was going to come of it. And then like they're inviting me, Matsui K is inviting me for this show that's I believe it's going to be the anniversary show. It's something like the 5th or 6th anniversary of their record label. So it's a pretty massive deal. Like, this has never happened to me before. I've never had a Japanese person reach out to me to do any kind of work in Japan. It just kind of like shocked me, and like I decided in that moment, because he's letting me know like many months in advance. I'm like, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go 100%. I told him I'm going 100%. I'm gonna go. But now I have lost my job, and prospects for a future job not looking great. So now I may not be able to go to that event, which is soul destroying. Like that actually would that would be like so horrible, because you never know, like when it comes to this sort of thing, right? Like when it comes to like the DJ world, it's really just kind of like about like who you know and like who you've impressed. And a lot of that, comes with doing these shows, and exposing yourself to a lot of new people who wouldn't have listened to you otherwise, and blowing their minds. And then they tell their friends, and they're like, oh, I gotta have DJ Leaf play for me here. That's how it's been going basically for the past 4 years, where it's like some local people, and then it's like a lot of VR chat stuff, where like every now and then like I'll get somebody from VR chat be like, hey, you want to come play for us? And I heard about you from here, heard about you from there, whatever. Most of the time they've heard about me from my YouTube channel. And they're like, oh yeah, your one of your mixes came up in my autoplay, and I was like, oh, this guy's really good, I want to have him play for my club. So yeah, it would be pretty bad. Like this is like this show would be a huge opportunity for me to ingratiate myself in the Japanese hardcore community, which is like, of course, the majority of what I do is Japanese hardcore music. So that would be like legendary. And like to miss out on that opportunity is actually like genuinely devastating. Like there's still time. There is still time. Like all hope is not yet lost, but it's not looking great. Well, actually, we'll get to that. There has been a light at the end of the tunnel. Not actually. That's not true. A lifeline has been thrown to me that I greatly appreciate, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, so all of this is quite devastating. Again, I've been very, very depressed like the last maybe like 2 weeks or so. How long? I can't remember when it was I got fired. It was almost oh geez, I genuinely don't know, but it's been maybe like 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, I have not been doing so well. I've not been doing so hot. And then the other thing too is that I wanted this year to be the year where I got a 4-channel DJ controller, because I am so limited. I've been using a DDJ 400 for 4 years now. I've been using a DDJ 400, which, if you don't know what that is, it's the most basic DJ controller that you can have. Well, okay, that's not true. It's not the most basic. Like, there's some like really, really basic ones, but like in terms of like something that's like mostly functional, yeah, it's like around like the most basic DJ controller that you can use, and it only has 2 channels, so I can only do 1 song and 2 songs. I can't do 3 and 4. And that's very, very limiting for my style of DJing, which is very, very fast-paced and very mashup heavy. I feel that, like, the next evolution of DJ Leaf is when I get access to 4 channels. And that's when, like, I can really, like, begin, like, standing out apart from the crowd. And like showing people like, yeah, like this guy is actually really good, and he has what it takes to be, one of the best. It would take though a lot of practicing. Like that's the thing. It's not just like, oh, I just get 4 channels and I'm gonna be a god. Like it's not how it works at all. I've had access to many controllers that have 4 channels, but it's like for a set at a live show, and it's like a live show in front of a live audience is not the place to be practicing 4 channels, like for the very first time. So I've never had a chance to practice, and it's gonna take like maybe like thousands of hours of practicing, maybe less, I don't know, but probably a lot of practicing when it comes to mastering 4 channels. So kind of a struggle. The fact that, you know, I'm 4 years in and I still don't have a 4-channel controller. It sucks. And now that is looking to be further away than ever. I am honestly considering, okay, well, no, we'll talk about that later. I'm already considerably over time. I apologize. I hope you enjoy listening to the sound of my voice, because you're gonna be hearing it for a little while longer. Let me read chat for a second. They should make an isekai where Simone gets taken from a fantasy setting to cyberpunk. Simone is in like Simone from Gurren Lagann? Like that Simone? I don't know which Simone. Don't worry, M109 Quest, you haven't missed a thing. I've just been rambling for a fucking hour now. There's still much more to talk about. Parapi Kome might be peak isekai. Don't know what that is. Sorry your economy's fucked, but as an American within driving distance of Toronto, thanks for the cheap concerts. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope to see you... Actually, wait, were you at Anime North? If not, you should come to the next Anime North. We're in the process of planning it right now, but still trying to figure out some budget stuff. The budget's not easy. But yeah, I hope if I didn't see you at Anime North, I hope to see you at Anime North this year in May 27th, I believe it is. You know it's bad when the dollar store starts charging more than $1. It's way worse than that. Dollar store charges like $6 for shit now. Hold on, I accidentally nuked chat. Oh. Now we're back. Hi, chat. So the professional most basic one. Yeah, it's like the lowest level you can be and like not be laughed at, essentially. Oh, someone. Oh, no, my bad. Not Simone, someone. Only about an hour and 15 minutes total. I thought the live was next days. No, it's today. I'm the guy who is running around with the camera and lights. That does not narrow it down whatsoever. Not even remotely. But I'm glad that you came. Genuinely. I've been so happy to see the people from the channel showing up to the IRL shows. It's crazy. It's actually like kind of mind-blowing. There was one guy who showed up and like I'm just like introducing this guy to like my friends and I'm like, hey, this guy watches my YouTube channel. He's a fan. And they're just looking at me like, you have fans? What? Did I manage to figure out about my job? So I'm just gonna I spoke to that at length. I spoke about that at length. I'm just going to summarize real quick. So I got fired from my job. My employer said it was because my customer service was very bad. I resent that. I challenge that notion. I don't think that my customer service was nearly bad enough to warrant a firing, especially considering that like I didn't get any warnings. Like I got one warning many months ago, and then I improved my customer service by quite a lot, and then I still got fired for the same reason. I was told I was given multiple warnings. I was not given multiple warnings. I was told I caused significant damage to the business. That is completely ridiculous. But because of that's the reason that I was fired, I'm not able to claim unemployment, which is bad. So have I found a job? No, I have not. I have done some cursory browsing. I've checked to see like what's available, and what's available is not either I'm disqualified entirely because it's 3 years of experience in a job that I do not have 3 years of experience in. Or it's like, you know, I don't know. Like there have been a couple of places where I'm like, maybe I should go for this place, but it seems pretty like depressing and like a bad place to go. So, still on the job hunt, I would say. But thanks to you though, and we'll talk about this later, but thanks to you, I have a lifeline. I don't have to worry about dying at the end of the month anymore. But we'll talk about that in a second. I want to be punched by Hibiki in Discord. You hope I got severance? No, I did not get severance, which is the other thing, right? I'm actually gonna have to call my boss like tomorrow and be like, "Hey, motherfucker, like you need to like give me an ROE, which is a record of employment, and that's usually what you give to Service Canada, so they can decide whether or not you deserve unemployment insurance." Of course, it's probably going to say something like, "Oh, he's terrible. He should kill himself." So I'm going to have to like challenge that, but like I don't know if they're going to accept my challenge. Well, we'll see. But like he hasn't even given me that, so I'm going to have to like figure that out very soon. And hopefully I can get the other reason why is I spoke very briefly about this, but like the Canadian economy is completely fucked. Everybody's looking for a job, and it's winter. The thing about winter is that like, because the thing is, right, if I really, really wanted a job like quickly, normally what I would do is I would go to the restaurant industry because I have experience in the restaurant industry, and they'll just hire you on the spot because typically turnover is very high, right? So I would just go to a restaurant job. But the problem is that it's winter, and during winter, most restaurants will like lay off almost like half their staff or more because business drops so significantly during winter. So I kind of like, yeah, it's the worst possible time I could have been fired. So yeah, it's not going great. There was a dog walker position open, and I was like, and I almost took it. I was like, hey, that's actually not bad. And then I remembered, like, wait a second, it's the middle of the winter. It's negative 15 degrees Celsius outside. Maybe walking, 3 6 dogs for an hour for less than minimum wage isn't such a great idea. Oh, your PC crash ripped. Okay, so moving on. Let's talk about Virginia. Let's talk about some good news. This is officially the end of the negative vibes for the stream. This is the congratulations to everybody who made it this far. To hear DJ Leaf complain about his financial stability, or rather lack thereof. We're gonna talk about some cool stuff now. So, as you know, I went to Virginia. Oh my God, that's Michael Fogarty. Hi, Michael Fogarty. That's my friend. Positive vibe times, yeah. So as I said, before I got fired, I went to Virginia for a house party show. And I met some pretty cool people there. This was probably the first time in my life where I have been surrounded by so many talented DJs at once and like actually got to like hang out with and talk to them and watch them perform as well. So, positive vibe time, I'm out. So, I met a lot of DJs there. I think I can say some of their names. I met a DJ School Pizza, who I had met previously on VR chat many times, but this is my first time seeing him in person. Should travel parties like that. I mean, like, it was a private party, so like I wish I could have like gone on like Twitter and like advertised and shit, but like, yeah, unfortunately not. Actually, okay, let me quickly like dive into like what happened here. Because this is actually like, it was a pretty great time, but like almost kind of disastrous. Also, my lo-fi beats are finished playing, so I gotta put on more lo-fi beats. I hate these ones that have the fucking... Actually, I don't hate them. I think that it's actually really nice, but the ones that have like rain in the background, usually very nice, but like not right for this stream. Anyways, moving on. So this was like super last minute. This was like super last minute, and I'm asked to like go to this party, and I, as a rule, never ever want to say no to a DJ opportunity, ever. And there is a strategy behind this. The idea being that if you say yes to everybody, then word gets around that you say yes to everybody, and more people want to book you because they just think like, oh, DJ Leaf can play. He always says yes. He always plays, no matter the time, no matter the place. Although I have had to tell a couple people now, it's like, you can't tell me like the week before. you have to give me some advance notice. But it used to be like, dude, actually there is a one stream on this channel called Emergency Set, where I was told 10 minutes before the set, like, oh, one of our DJs canceled, and I had to fill in within 10 minutes. And like, I was like completely unprepared. Actually, that set is on this channel. It's called Initiative, I believe. Like Roll Initiative or something like that. Or I think it's just called Initiative. It's not very good. it's not great because like I had like zero prep time, and like I only knew like maybe 2 minutes before the set that what genre I was gonna do, because I had to go up there and I had to see like, oh, what's this guy playing? Oh, he's playing drum and bass. Okay, it's gonna be drum and bass. And I just had to figure it out. Considering that, I did pretty well. But yeah, usually now like I'm like, please give me some advance notice. Anyways, so I'm like, all right, well, let me see how much plane tickets are to Virginia. $500. And I'm like, and it sucks, right? It sucks in hindsight, because at the time, like $500 was just affordable. It was just affordable. And I was like, it's going to be a bit of a hit. Honestly, the bigger hit was like not working for a week, right? So I was like, it's going to be a bit of a hit, but like I'll survive, and then like I'll just start to build up my money afterwards. Of course, that didn't end up happening. I ended up getting fired afterwards. So we go to Virginia, and there's like a pre party, and then there's a pre-party, and then there's a party, and then there was a post party. It was like 4 days of partying. It was great. It was actually really fun. And I got to see a lot of DJs and talk to a lot of DJs, and it was like the first time I actually got to like sit down with like a real like good professional DJ who like plays the same music that I do, and just talk about DJing. And we talked about DJing for hours and hours and hours, and it was a great time. And I really enjoyed like picking people's brains about like what it is that they do, like how it is that they make mixes. There was one guy who like the way that he does mixes is almost like completely different from me, where like he'll do like these, like he'll make these sort of intros himself that are like these like theatrical intros. He's a great DJ too. And like he'll hire voice actors to do these like theatrical intros for his sets. It's really cool stuff. And then like on top of that, right, like he's like a fucking cracked DJ, like very, very skilled. I was very impressed by him. But like, yeah, that's the thing about DJing, and I'll get into this in a second, but like everybody has a different style of DJing, and getting to watch that in action, like I saw DJs who did stuff that I had never thought of before. Like I had some DJs like see what I was doing. That's the thing. DJs are such fucking nerds. Like we love to like hover over people's shoulders. We'd be like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Because like there's basically no rules to DJing. Like there's kind of like some soft rules, but like when I started DJing, well, I should really talk about this more later, but like just quickly, like when I looked for tutorials, and like the tutorials were like no help at all. They didn't really teach you anything. They only taught you like the bare bones basics. So anytime that you want to, like, if you want to get better at DJing, you either A, have to hit your head against the wall, or B, be taught something by a DJ who's better than you. Anyways, there was in particular, there was one set that was a back-to-back set that was probably one of the most impressive performances that I had ever seen, ever. At least like in a back-to-back set. Like, mind you, this is like, they had crates, right? Like, but there was like I mean, there was a decent amount of prep, but like, it wasn't like a pre-planned set. Like the set that I did was I did a pre-planned set that was like really, really easy because the equipment that we were using was equipment I had no experience with. So I was, and it was also like, it was a equipment, they were Denons, right? Denons are like a type of like DJ controller. And, I ended up like, there was a time where I used Denons where I got fucked. It's hard to explain why, or I guess it's not too hard to explain. If you see when I'm DJing, you'll see that like every song, every waveform has, beat grids on them, which are those lines that like, you see like they match up like with the beat. Like you can see the beat on the waveform. There's like a line that like matches up with it. And that's how you keep things in sync, right? Oh, ちょっと待ってください。フューチャーコーンのミックスはまた出ますか? Am I going to be doing another future core mix? I think is what that says. はい。フューチャーコーンのミックスを作りたいですよ。I think that's what it was. 作りたい. I'd like to make. I want to make another future core mix. フューチャーコーンはフューチャーコアが大好きですね。最高ジャンル。Ohio Nihon people. Yeah, they're just getting up. They're just waking up. It's like 8:30 a.m. over there. So, yeah, I watched this back-to-back set with these two guys, and they were so in sync. It felt like it was one DJ who was playing, and I'd never seen anything like that in my life. Like, I've seen back-to-back sets before, but like usually it's like pretty like back and forth. You know, like, oh, you do a couple songs, I do a couple of songs. But these guys were like doing like chopping. Which, in case you don't know, chopping is like when you cut the volume on a track to accentuate another track that's playing at the same time, and then you bring the volume back in. Ohayo. 朝だね。朝だね。早いだね。ちょっと早いすぎ。So I like watching this set and like in many other ways too. I realized like I was not the best DJ at that event by far. There were, I would say, 3 DJs, maybe more, actually, maybe 4 or 5. 4 or 5 DJs. There are a couple of DJs who are like on par, but like around like 4 or 5 DJs, I would say like handedly were better than me, like handedly. And many of them were like more experienced than me. And so it kind of made me realize that I do have a long way to go. And this is where, you know, I want to talk more about like the future of the channel. in the future of DJ Leaf. Don't worry, it's only an hour and a half, guys. I know I said it's only going to be 30 minutes. I've only gone 3 times over the length that I said it was going to be. Remember when I said that I'm going to try and like not rant for 2 hours? Yeah, me too. Anyways, so the future of DJ Leaf. Because I'm in this position right now where like I'm going to have to make some sacrifices, certainly. Just in my life, generally speaking, going forward, because it's not going to be easy to find another job. And when I do find another job, what's going to happen, the way that things are in this city, you find a new employer and you're basically their slave. Like, basically, you can't talk back. You can't like even so much as suggest anything. And if you get abused, you just have to take it. If you want certain hours, like, oh, you don't want to work weekends? Too bad. You don't have a choice. The way it is, things are so bad. Like when you get in, and it's so funny, right? Like I go to an employer and they ask me like, oh, what are your hours? What are your available hours? My available hours are whatever you tell me they are, because I don't have a choice. I'll die if I don't work this job. So what, you tell me what my available hours are. I have no say in the matter whatsoever. You have no say at all. Like, if anything is going on that you have an issue with, you're whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think, because if you don't have this job, you'll starve. So it sucks. So I am going to have to make some, oh my God, I might not be able to read this. DJ Leaf のおかげでリクをしたのでとても感じ something してます。おつこレイブパーティーをいた時すごくI get that. I can't read that kanji. この漢字を読むできない。この漢字を読むできない。でも、I think what they're saying is, basically because of Reek, okage de is like, thanks to, your impromptu Japanese lessons from DJ Leaf. Okage de is like, when like you're saying like, oh, thanks to so-and-so, this, X. So they're saying thanks to Reek. I think that like they discovered me thanks to Reek because, they heard the song, and I can't even read that kanji, but oh something called Rave Party, which is a Future Core song by Reek. I think that they're saying that they really love that song, and that's how they discovered me. それではありがとうございました。でもすみません。私の日本語がとても悪いだね。けどまたすみません。Yeah, so before I go into this next section, which I'm going to talk about what's going to be going on with DJ Leaf in the future, I want to give a very, 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 very big thank you to member of the chat currently, M109 Coest, who sent me a donation today that like no, don't even start. I just spent like the last like hour and a half complaining about like how dire my financial situation is. Like, oh, thanks to DJ Leaf. Oh no, it's the other way around. Oh, thanks to me, they discovered Reek. Not thanks to Reek, they discovered me. Of course, things in Japanese are backwards grammatically. So I'm very grateful. I was really shocked when I listened to So-and-so Rave Party. Sorry for using difficult Japanese. 大丈夫、大丈夫、大丈夫。本当にありがとう。本当にありがとう。練習します。I forget how to say need, but I need to practice more. Yeah, no, it's okay. So, I do remember though. おかげで。先生はおかげでなりました。Is that it? なりました。I think that's teach. I believe so. My sensei taught me what おかげで means. Anyways, but yeah, I have to say like a huge thank you to M109 Koasu, who gave me a donation that literally turned my life around to where I was like, I'm going to starve. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, I was like, I might have to move. Like, I might like be like turbo fucked. To like, I will live to fight another day. I will live to fight another day, and you can thank M109 Coest for that. I thank you very, very much for doing that. Like, it's genuinely like no one in my life has ever done anything so nice to me ever. It's hard to just like describe like how thankful I am, and like how thankful I am not just to you, but like to everybody here who, I mean, like, Jesus Christ, like we've had like 6 people watching consistently for like the past hour and a half of me just fucking yapping. Like, you have no idea how much that means to me, and like how much it means to me that like you guys are here. I you know, oh man, I don't know. I've spent so much time gushing about my audience, and like I'm sure it's like some of you are getting fucking sick of it. But you know, I'm so lucky. Even though I'm like a small creator, I'm so lucky to get to do this and like have people who actually like are on the other end like listening and give a shit. Like, that's a very difficult thing to get these days. Anyways, so I've asked myself recently, why do I do this? Like, why DJ Leaf? You know, why am I here doing mixes and doing videos and stuff? Because, well, the thing about my channel, right, is that like I can't monetize my channel because it's all copyrighted music. I have a donation thing, like I have a Streamlabs donation thing set up where you can like send me like essentially super chats. I have like it's set up where like it's only happened a couple of times, but like if you send me a donation with the link, which I believe is in the description, it will like pop up and say like, oh, so and so gave you such and such amount of money. And that's really the main reason why you want to be monetized, is because you get access to super chats. It would be nice to have super chats, but it's just doesn't look like it's going to be happening anytime soon, unfortunately. I've applied like twice, and both times I got rejected. So it is what it is. But yeah, it's not a very profitable endeavor. You know, I've had people like Coest and Kendros who have been like very generous in donating to me to help keep the DJ Leaf operation afloat. But like this really is like sailing on goodwill and goodwill alone, and also like my own pocket. Like, so why do I do this, right? Well, when I first started DJing, you know, I said before, you know, like I got into EDM when I like discovered Daft Punk in the 2000s on the radio too. I think it was like Around the World I heard Around the World on the radio once, and it like changed the course of my life. When you create a mix, do you actually mix it with a DJ mixer and record it? Hi. Yes, I do. I do that. I do that for every mix you've ever heard on this channel. Subite no mix wa hai. Hi. Yes, I have. Oh god, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. I discovered Daft Punk, and then the fucking Tron movie came out, Tron Legacy, and Daft Punk did the soundtrack for that movie, and like I like bought like the physical, or what, it was the physical. I think I bought like I bought it on iTunes, the album, and I listened to that album like on repeat for like months, and like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Hold on a second. I have to read this. I've never. I can't remember the last time that I actually got one of these. Oh no, hold on. I have to read it. Sorry, it's God. What does it say? From Anonymous. Let's see if it works. I hope it helps. It does help tremendously. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Wow, I can't believe that. That's like the first time. Well, it's not the first time. It's the first time in a very long time. Anyways, wow. Thank you, Anonymous. Yeah, put your name so I can thank you next time. Or tell me who it was in chat. Like, because I want to thank you personally. Like, I'm in a position right now where literally, like, every dollar it goes a long way. I also want to make a mix of Hyperflip. Hyperflip ね。Hyperflip は面白いですよね。面白い genre. It's an interesting genre, Hyperflip. I've heard some that I don't like, and I've heard some that I do like. I think it really comes down to like the level of creativity that's being put into it. But yeah, cool stuff, Hyperflip. Moving on. So yeah, the DJ Leaf operation is not a profitable business. Unfortunately, it's not something that I can live off of at the moment. And it's kind of annoying. You need to go out of chat and VOD for it. Wait, did you send it, Revik? Was it you? I don't know if it was Revik that sent that. Anyways. I'm definitely not DJing for the money. It's my whole point. But when I I was talking about like how I kind of got into all this, and like, I discovered going quantum, and the golden age of EDM, Skrillex, Avicii, fucking Swedish House Mafia, Excision, dubstep, or how salty people on the internet like to call it, brostep, was exploding on the scene. And like overnight, like music that before would have been like unlistenable, people would not spend any time with it whatsoever, all of a sudden was like mainstream and everywhere. It's crazy thinking about that now, like what happens in the end to EDM is that it kind of got like gutted and like corporatized and carved into something that was like safe and inoffensive, and now it's like kind of just like a husk of what it used to be, at least in like the mainstream sense, right? Of course the underground scene is thriving, and it depends, right? Like I don't want to go into a whole thing about like the EDM scene because like that's like a fucking 10-hour long conversation. When I was a kid, I was listening hard to Skrillex and crappy MP3, portable MP3. Me too, man. Me too. Fucking. Oh man, there's a Skrillex track that I have to play one of these days. Oh, I forget what it's fucking called, but it's a remix and it's fucking really good. It's my favorite Skrillex track, and like it's not very well known. It's not Bangarang, although I love Bangarang. Bangarang was like Bangarang and Equinox, like that was like when those songs came out, like the world was like peak. Like it was like mind you, right? Like you could say that those songs are overrated, but they were good. Like they were still good. There's this fucking narrative that like Skrillex is bad because like he killed original dubstep, which he kind of did, right? But like, oh, bye Michael. I don't know if it's weird, but Bangarang is not my favorite. Yeah, it's not my favorite either. I'd say it's like the fact though that like Bangarang and Equinox were these like mega songs that like like 1 billion views or something like that. Like that was a time when like the public was like ready and willing to listen to that kind of music and really enjoyed it. Like that was like the best time to be alive and to be an EDM enjoyer, unless you really liked like OG original dubstep, in which case you wanted to absolutely kill yourself. But for people like me who are like discovering this new kind of like high energy music that like 960 million, yeah, a fucking lot. For me, it was a great time. It was a great time. However, what sucked was that I was a minor, so I could not go to any of the clubs. I could not go and listen to any of this music because I was still in high school. It's like that meme, like born too late to explore the world, born too early to explore the stars, born just in time to completely miss out on the golden age of EDM. Yeah, it was a great time. And like Avicii and stuff, like people kind of like harp on Avicii a bit for being a bit too normie, a bit too mainstream, but like all of his songs were good. All of his songs were good. I've never heard an Avicii song I did not like. Like genuine visionary artist, you know, like he was able to like find this middle ground between like electronic dance music and what normies wanted to hear. And unlike some people, David Guetta unlike some people named David Guetta, he did not like sell his soul and like totally like McDonald'sified his music to make it like as like, you know, like corporate and safe and like profitable as possible. He actually did put like a lot of work and like talent and creativity into his songs. It was a great time, but I missed out on all of it. And it's funny because like, I was a hardstyle kid back then and thought hearing the normies listening to Skrillex meant they were ready for what I had. They were not. I'm exact same boat as you. I was also a hardstyle kid. I mean, I loved Skrillex, but like it was in that era where I discovered hardstyle, and I was the same as you. I was like, oh, if people are listening to Skrillex now in 4 or 5 years, they'll be ready for hardstyle, and it never came. And hardstyle, like, kind of like, oh man, it's tragic what kind of happened to hardstyle. Yeah, hardstyle used to be my favorite genre. I'd say now it's my second favorite, maybe third. I don't know, but like. It's still like, I still really love hardstyle. I haven't done a hardstyle mix in so long though, which is tragic in and of itself, because there's only like 5 guys making it now. How you blame LMFAO for the death of hardstyle? I don't know. What What's the connection? What's the LMFAO hardstyle connection? I don't think they did. They didn't. That's the shuffling song. Is that 150? Oh, because of course the way that you dance this to hardstyle is that you shuffle, which is a type of like dance, or like you like kick your feet back and forth. And yeah, the LMFAO song, "Every Day I'm Shuffling," had of course it's, well, you're shuffling, right? It became a meme, and that shit basically died out over the next couple years. Yeah. It's sad. The hardstyle scene back then was like almost like this kind of like, it was sort of like cringe LARPy, but like in a endearing kind of way, where like it was like this super like goth like goth cyberpunk kind of crowd. But yeah, like LMFAO, I guess like they kind of like made shuffling like not cool anymore, and then like that kind of like killed like the live hardstyle stuff. Although apparently there are enclaves. Dude, I met this one guy. He's from Pennsylvania, and he told me, "Oh yeah, where I'm from, the only stuff they play is hardstyle. They only play hardstyle. It sucks." And I'm like, "Bro, let's trade places." What the fuck do you mean they only play hardstyle? I haven't been to a single hardstyle event in my life. I'd have to go to fucking the Netherlands to listen to hardstyle. It's on the other side of the world. It still exists for sure, but like all of my favorite shufflers fizzled out around that time. Yeah, I can imagine. And then yeah, it has knock-on effects in the community, right? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, DJ. So anyways, you were AFK? My brain was AFK, so it's fine. I actually come from you could call it a musically gifted family, where like everybody in my family, it has an affinity for music in one way or another. My dad is like, I don't want to dox myself, but my dad is a semi-famous musician. I'll leave it at that. I won't say what kind of musician, but he's a semi-famous musician. He's a musician who has had a lot of success. And almost 2 hours now. Jesus. Yeah, my dad is Skrillex. My father is Sonny Moore. My full name is Leaf Moore. It's true. No, he's not into the music that I'm into at all. But he, when he never graduated high school, and like back in like the 60s, like he quit high school to jump into a van and play in a band and play music. And he ended up in a band something like 10 years down the road or something like that ended up being like one of the most popular bands in a specific country, which I won't say which. It's not America, it's not Canada, but he was in a band for many years, like decades, in like a band that was like one of the most, it was like the most popular band in his home country, right? So your father's Usao, yeah. He's actually like he plays an instrument. I can't say which because like it will narrow things down. People will dox me. But he does play an instrument, and the instrument that he plays, I think personally, and like obviously I'm biased. I'm not like a Papa's boy or whatever. Like my dad and we've had our difficulties, throughout the years, as any son and father do. So like, I am biased, but like I'm not that biased when I say I think he's actually one of the best players of this instrument in the world, or at least was. Like I googled his name. I didn't Google his name actually. Yeah, that's the thing. My dad is like, he's famous enough where like if you Google his name, he will come up. He's the first result, which is why I can't give it away because it'd be very easy to dox me. But he's Googleable. He has a Wikipedia page. Goes wild on the theremin. Yeah. It's the best cello player on the planet. Yeah, I Googled like, best X player ever, right? And I had to scroll down quite a bit. I had to scroll down by past like maybe like 60 names or so, but he was on that list in Google, mind you. He was there. My dad. I'm very proud of my dad, and the reason I bring him up is that, a lot of the reason why I do what I do is because I'm kind of inspired by him. And in some ways that like, again, my family is very musically gifted. My grandfather was a piano player. My brother is a rapper. I can say this because they're not nearly as popular as my dad. No offense to my family members. You can't find them. My sister is a bass player. And she played for actually a couple of pretty popular bands that if you know metal, you probably would know. Yeah, everybody in my family, my mom was like, she was like a singer. She had like a professional singing voice. And I think I got some of those. I got some of the singing genetics because like I go ham on karaoke. If you see me at karaoke, holy shit. I used to take names at my local karaoke place, man. Like I was famous at my local karaoke place. Because like I was just like I fucking hit those notes. Because my mom would be like, yeah, everybody in my family is into music. I do think it's like some kind of genetic thing because like it wasn't even a thing where like my dad, like it wasn't like he was like saying like, oh, you should do music or whatever. Far from it. We all just kind of found our way to music on our own. Becoming a DJ, like, I found, because, I was always that kind of runt of the group. I was the only one of my siblings. Yeah, it's natural. It comes very, very natural to me. I was like the runt of the litter. I'm also the youngest, right, of my siblings, where I never figured out how to play an instrument. Actually, I did used to play the saxophone in middle school. I used to play the saxophone, the alto sax. I actually took lessons. They were very expensive. I don't know how expensive, but they had to have been very expensive because I was going to like a very like prestigious music school, and I did not practice enough, and I wasn't really good at it, and I didn't really enjoy it that much. I hated playing the saxophone because it was like all like gross, and I can taste it now. I can taste the reed in my mouth. The reed is like this wooden thing that like you put onto the mouthpiece, and that's how you make your sound. It tastes so fucking gross. It tastes like wood, right? You're putting wood in your mouth. I hated it. But like, there would be a time where I would be on the saxophone and like I'd play like the tune for Star Wars, the opening for Star Wars, and I'd be like, dude, this is kind of sick. But it was like really like slow and shitty and like kind of out of key, and I'm like, I'm not really good at this, More wood, please. Yeah, more wood chips for my saxophone player, so he gets used to the taste. But yeah, I played sax for a while, and then I basically quit because it was like hurting my grades pretty badly. I had to practice like every day. It sucked. So I was like the runt of the litter for a long time. I actually, very early on, like I've always been a creative type, which sucks, by the way. It sucks being a creative person where like, or like an artist or whatever, right? Originally, I wanted to be a filmmaker. And those dreams got crushed pretty early on in my life. Why does it suck? Oh, because the thing about creative types, right, is that it's very, very difficult to monetize your creativity in a way where you can actually like live off of it. But like being a creative type like usually means like you're kind of shitty at almost everything else, unfortunately. Not everything else, but almost everything else. Like I could have been born to a family of engineers or like biologists or science. Actually, that's not true. My grandfather was actually a scientist. But yeah, that we only got the music bit of those genetics. We never got the science bit. There are no more scientists in my family. At least your life can have meaning or feel whatever you feel it. I mean, yeah, right? Like that's kind of like, at the end of the day, that's kind of like what makes it all worth it. Where it's like, yeah, you are like like the starving artist meme is like, it's not a meme. Like genuinely, like you are starving. Like I eat one meal a day now. I don't eat breakfast anymore because I can't really afford it. It sucks being an artist. It would have been worse if I tried to be a filmmaker though. Like Jesus. Yeah, not only are you not making money, but you're losing money if you're a filmmaker. Although, you can tell that like it never totally left me, like a part of being a YouTuber is that sort of like filmmaking bug that kind of like stuck with me. And like the videos that I've put out recently with like these really, really intricately edited visuals and stuff. Like the most recent video that I put out, which is, it's a shame that it didn't do as well as I wish it did. But, that's kind of because it's multi-genre and like, I know what it's like to be on the other side where like, oh, you just like one genre and you see multi-genre. It's like, oh, but what if there are genres I don't like, What if there are vegetables mixed with my steak? I don't like vegetables, so you just don't watch it. So I get it, even though I put a lot of effort into the video and the mix. But the video much more. I think I spent something like 80 hours, 60 to 80 hours working on it. For like a month and a half straight. And part of the reason I did that is because I was also doing it for a URL show, a live URL show. So I wanted to like really impress those people, and I think I did a really good job. But yeah, it's just an example of like, that sort of filmmaking type creativity that like stuck with me, even though I did give up on filmmaking. But it's funny, because there is sort of a overlap there between like film and, oh god, I don't know what happened there. Film and music. So, I've actually been watching a lot of documentaries recently about like, I say documentaries, they're YouTube documentaries, which are better than real documentaries these days anyway, so whatever. But, like speed, what we call them, speedrunners. I watched like some videos recently about like competitive Smash and stuff like that. And, the thing, what kind of draws you to these types of videos is like, it's seeing people who are like the best in the world, like people who have put in like a ridiculous amount of like time and energy into like just dedicating themselves to their craft, right? And like that is something that really inspires me like quite a bit. Like the idea of me, because like I took to DJing very quickly. Like as I said before, like it came naturally to me in many ways because I'd been listening to EDM for like so many years. Like I was ready to like do something with that music that was interesting for me. So I I have like had like a bit of an affinity for DJing more so than other people, and I've gotten to this point now where like, you know, like I can do stuff that's like really, really impressive, even with the limitations which I have, which are the fact I only have 2 channels, which is why I really, really want 4 channels. Like I really want 4 channels because I feel like it could just like totally expand my horizons, right? But I can still do some really impressive stuff, but I feel like, you know, if I did want to like be like say I wanted to be the best DJ in the world, right? Who even is the best DJ in the world? Does anybody know? How do you measure that? And the answer is that you can't, because DJing is an art form. It's art. It's an interesting kind of art form because of how the way DJing works, right? So there are many different people, or sorry, it's different than, well, I guess at the end of the day, it's music, right? Matter of taste. That's a great way of putting it. It is a matter of taste, right? It's like, I mean, the best way to compare it, like, if you're just going 1-to-1, is like a chef, right? Say like you're one of the best, like most well-renowned sushi chefs in the world. You're not going to be able to serve anything to somebody who hates seafood. You just won't. And like, you know, it doesn't necessarily invalidate all of the work and skill that you've put into being a sushi chef. Or sorry, all of the like effort and passion that you've put into being a sushi chef. But it does mean that you'll never be able to please that customer, you know? And the other way, you know, I kind of want to bring it back to like filmmaking, right? You know, who's the best like film director of all time? Like what? You might say like Stanley Kubrick, Quentin Tarantino, Orson Welles, Christopher Nolan, fucking oh my god, again what? I'm just talking to the food and the 4 channel. Arnana moves. Thank you, Arnana moves. Thank you. It's mostly going towards the food, unfortunately. Food is very expensive. To put it in perspective, that's not even enough for a single meal. Actually, wait, no, is this USD? If that's USD, it is USD, actually, I'm pretty sure. So that is enough for a meal. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, I decided very early on when I was doing DJ Leaf, like, I'm not doing any business in Canadian dollars. I'm not doing any business in Canadian dollars because my currency's fucking worthless. Anyways, so I was saying, like, Kubrick, like, Christopher Nolan. I could appreciate the skill, but if someone's juggling vinyl behind his back all day perfectly on beat, I'm not going to listen to their set if I don't care for their music. Yeah, exactly. It was in Euro, but I don't know in what it got converted. Oh, I think it did get converted to USD. I'm pretty sure it's set to automatically be to USD. Also, thank you, Revik. That was you. Yeah, I see. You. I really appreciate it, Revik. But the thing about all of these directors that I'm talking about, if you know film, they all have a very specific style of filmmaking. With filmmaking, it's much more impressive because it's massive collaborative projects, but they all have a very specific style. And with DJing, it's the same way. Like, my style is very, I would say it's pretty refined at this point. My issue now is like finding ways to evolve my style, to do things that I haven't done before. And it felt for a while like I was kind of running out of stuff to do, but now it feels like, you know, after the trip to Virginia, I do feel like I've sort of like expanded my horizons a bit. It's the second time using that phrase. But when I talk about like why it is that I DJ, right? Like, you know, and it is kind of silly to say out loud, but like, while I know that I can't be the best DJ in the world, because what does that even mean, right? Like, what does that even really mean to be the best DJ in the world? Nobody even knows who the best DJ in the world is currently. I'll tell you this, the best DJ in the world is not the person who makes the most amount of money DJing in the world, because the person who makes the most amount of money, the DJ that makes the most amount of money, is David Guetta. And David Guetta fucking sucks. I mean, he's not a bad DJ, but like, his music is terrible. I won't get into David Guetta hate right now. I said no more negative vibes. There's no more negative vibes. So don't worry about David Guetta. But point being, right? It's the same with movie directors, right? Like, the movie director who makes the most amount of money in the world is not the best movie director in the world. They just are maybe like the best business-minded movie director in the world. But even then, like, some of it is like down to luck. So yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that the best DJ in the world is the person who appeals to the most amount of people. I would say that if you really want to be seen as somebody incredible, you have to refine your style to like a Michelangelo type level, you know, where like, even if it's just you doing it, and like, I mean, there are artists like fucking Van Gogh, I think, or was it Van Gogh? It was somebody like that who, like, you know, poured their whole lives, and then like afterwards, like all their shit was discovered and they become famous or whatever. Really, it's in the eye of the beholder, you know. And the only thing that you can do as any kind of artist, but also as a DJ, is just break your fucking back practicing over and over and over and over and over again, and throwing as much spaghetti at the wall as you can to see what sticks, and constantly be moving forward and constantly be evolving and finding challenges for yourself. You know, going to other DJs who you know are better than you and like trying to learn from them. And that's what I've been trying to do for a while. But like, the one thing that I have not been doing is practicing over and over and over and over and over again. I have done a lot of practice over the last 4 years. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm probably well over, like, in terms of like, maybe not like actual like mixing time, but in terms of like the amount of time I've put into DJing in terms of like prep work and stuff, and practicing and putting sets together and all that stuff, like I'm probably around like the 5,000 hour mark or higher. So I have put a lot of work into it, but I still feel like it's not enough. And I feel like I really have been kind of neglecting the channel quite a bit over the last few months, certainly. And there are a couple of reasons for this. One, I have been very busy with work, which unfortunately is no longer an issue. But another reason why is that I've kind of gotten lost in the sauce on this new style of video making for the mixes, where I put so much time and effort into making these videos, where like, you know, like there are like changes that are happening, like 10 changes like in a single second, because I like to do the little flicker effects when the music flickers. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I do that for like every single thing, every single time that the music cuts out, I do that. And it's difficult. It's really bad for Ko songs. Ko songs I love Ko. Ko is like one of, if not my favorite artist of all time, is Ko. Ko exclamation mark. K-O-U exclamation mark. I love Ko so much. But their music is very difficult to do visuals for because it's so quick and intense that like a single Ko song, like when I'm doing these videos, like and a Ko song comes up, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna be working on this the next 2 days. Like it's this single song. It really does take that much work. You know, we're talking about like working on these things like 8 hours a day for a month. You know, like it's a lot. It's a lot of work. And because of that, the videos have been coming out like less and less frequently. Because I used to just put a mix in to the visualizer, and then the visualizer spits something out, and then that's good enough, you know? And then I just upload it. And, you know, it's funny because I know that like most people like there are a lot of people who do appreciate the visuals, but like most people are just putting this on in the background and they're not really like paying attention that much to the visuals, which sucks because I'm putting such a ridiculous amount of effort into them, right? So yeah, I'm not sure what the answer to this is. What I think I need to do, and I've been thinking about this for a while, is I need to do a poll and just gauge what people think. Because what I can do, right? What I can do is I can, let me read this real quick. It's hard wanting to be proud of every aspect of something you make, but sometimes you just have to make the call for your own sanity. That is so true, sister. So true. Yeah, that's the thing about it, where it's like it's gotten to a point where like I'm so obsessed with the presentation of it, right? Where like I want, like when I do these visuals, like this is how the music feels to me in my head when I listen to it, right? Thought the music was done. So I'm like trying to like take you on that journey to show you like how it is I feel about this kind of music. But it's just so much work. It's so much work. And it's been getting easier and easier the more that I've done it. But like, I think what I might have to do is I might have to do sometimes uploading without any of like the visual editing like I used to, and then for like special occasions do the do like the full kit and caboodle, so to speak. And I think that there's like a nice middle ground that I can do where like, you know, because I've learned to do so much stuff now with this audio visual software, where like, you know, before like it was kind of boring, like it's like the same visualizer every time. And then I started, you can see the evolution if you look through my catalog, right? You can see at first it's the same visual every time, and then I start to like change the colors a bit, you know, to like kind of like match like the background. And then like I start doing like different visualizers for different genres, and that was like one of the most recent changes. And now what I'm doing is that like different visualizers for like different genres inside the same mix. And like I think that was like a real breakthrough, right? But that's really hard. Like if you see my fucking Premiere Pro timeline, it looks insane. It looks like the ravings of a madman. It's fucking crazy. Like we're talking about like 35 50 plus channels, like video channels, because like every single one of those individual visualizers is a whole rendered video. it's an hour-long video, and I'm switching between each of these videos and like cutting between them and like merging them together, sometimes 2 at a time, 3 at a time, 4 at a time, back and forth, back and forth. So like it's very, very dynamic, but like each one of those is just like one single long visual that's an hour long that has no variety whatsoever. So like my project folders for these things are fucking massive. They're like 100 gigabytes, sometimes like 200 gigabytes large. The artwork using, thank you very much, Quest. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I will have to see about, because there should be more regular uploads on this channel. I don't like the fact that I'm becoming one of those YouTubers where it's like, oh, like you wait for so long to see that notification in your subscription box, like, oh my god, finally DJ Leaf uploaded. DJ Leaf hasn't uploaded in like 2 months. Like, I know what it's like to be on the other end of that, and it sucks. And like what happens in practice is that it just keeps dwindling more and more and more until it's just like they disappear off the face of the earth. It's so sad, like going back through like old subscriptions, like trying to like reduce clutter of all the people you're subscribed to. You see so many people, like you had faith that like they'd come back and they never did. It's brutal. Anyways, you know, to kind of like tie this all together. The reason why I do this, the reason why I DJ is because I'm kind of fucking obsessed. And I think that this, you know, it's the bug that bit me early on in my life, being a creative type, where like it's not so much that you want to do it, you feel like you have to do it. Like you feel like there's this thing in your mind and like you have to like make it a reality. Like you have to like bring it to fruition. That's the life of an artist. And in some ways it's awesome, in some ways it fucking sucks. But I really do want to like distinguish myself as somebody who is like respectable, somebody who's like at least in the conversation of like, you know, because this like talking about like the sushi chef shit, you know, like I am primarily a Japanese EDM DJ. I do venture out of that. I try not to on this fucking channel, because when I do, my videos get blocked worldwide anytime I try to expand a little bit and be like, oh, I'm going to bring in this song. It's like a Western song, you know, but it's a sick song, you know, it's an American song. And then, oh, WMG has decided nobody on earth deserves to watch this video. I know we're making money off the video. You guys aren't monetizing it at all. DJ Leaf, you're not monetizing it at all. But nobody should be able to watch this video ever. So we're just going to block it. I hate that. Have you considered doing uploads of camera shots of you playing, either IRL or overlaid in VR chat? That's free content for the video site right there. That's a good idea. I probably should, right? Like, I have thought of it. It's just like, I haven't really been in a spot of like true financial stability, ever. You know, now that I'm thinking about it. So it's always been hard for me to justify like, buying a webcam, right? Especially if I'm just using it as a hand cam. Although, also my controller's so dusty. But I probably should, because like you can see that like, oh, my phone's right there. You know, I could just get a phone stand, right? I could just get like one of those like thingies that like you clip on, like a clip thingy. I should do that. Why did I never think of that? I literally never thought of that. I don't know why. But I didn't. Those things are like $5. My camera's also really good. It's a Samsung. I should do that. I'm gonna do that. I'll do that. I'll do that for at least one mix. Maybe streaming. Maybe streaming too. Good idea. Very good idea. Oh, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure if I could do it for streaming because I don't know how I might be able to hook it up. I think so. Yeah, you know, if you want to see hands move quickly, boy, you should have seen me when I did the end of year mix. Like, well, especially during the mix last stand, like my hands were moving so fucking quickly because like it was just like one transition after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. Crazy stuff. Tons of free resources to use your phone as a webcam and import into your PC. Okay, awesome. Great idea. Look at this. I'm getting great ideas from the chat. There is gonna be DJing today, by the way. I don't. There is actually gonna be DJing. There are tons of, there is even free software to connect your phone cam to your PC as webcam or stuff like. Oh, they're basically saying the same thing. No, I swear to God, there actually will be. By the way, it just says mix because I have no idea what the fuck I want to do today in terms of DJing. So we're just gonna figure it out. So I think I covered. Let me check my notes. I did have notes, and I almost immediately went off track of the notes. Yeah, I want to be able to DJ full time. That's the thing, right? I'm in this tough spot. This tough spot where, like, unfortunately, it appears as though I am good at DJing. Like, if I were totally talentless, like, it would be easy to just be like, well, fuck it. It was a great experiment, you know? But I gotta do other stuff. Unfortunately, I'm pretty good. So it does sort of feel to me that, like, I've found, like, my calling. Everybody talks about that, right? It's like you're looking for your calling, and, you know, the thing that is going to be the thing that you do, you know, for the rest of your life. When I'm going to upload another music track, I assume you mean mix, because I've never uploaded a music track in my life because I don't make music, although I probably should make music. And that's a whole other can of worms. When's the next time I'm going to upload a mix? Good fucking question. Yeah, good question. We'll get to that in a second. I still haven't really talked about the future of the channel yet. I've done so much fucking, like, background. You gotta understand, guys, though, that, like, I never get the chance to, like, talk to you guys like this. Almost. It's been, like, many months since we've even had, like, conversation like this at all. And hopefully, I hope to change that. In the future. But we will get there. Anyways. I do feel like DJing is kind of like my calling, because it's like something that, like, I'm so like naturally drawn to. And, like, for me, it's like I feel like I'll never run out of things to do when it comes to DJing. Like, I'll never run out of, like, I'll never solve DJing, you know? Like, I can get to a point where, like, I can perform very well on very, like, tight circumstances, but it'll always be a thing where I'm always learning, no matter how long I'm doing it for. Because there's just too many different combinations of inputs and different kinds of music and blah, blah, blah. Like, I feel like this is something that I really genuinely kind of want to do for, like, the rest of my life. Or at least, like, I don't know, 10, 20 years, like, a long time. But probably, like, forever, you know? Like, I don't know, like, what the future holds, like, globally. it's a little tenuous at the moment, but even so, like I would love to be doing something like this for as long as I'm able. And it sucks because this is not something that provides me any financial stability. So I'm in this spot. I'm in this very tough spot where like I want to be a better DJ. I want to dedicate myself to DJing, but I don't know how to do it in a way where I can pay my bills. And you know, I do have like people like Coest and Kendris to thank for very, very like generous donations. Their generosity is really unheard of. To me, it blows my mind. But just open your own club. What could go wrong? Oh, you lose millions of dollars. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't help too that like I play niche music. Although, do clubs hire DJs? Not really. Not really. Like, kind of. Not really. There are some clubs will have resident DJs, but it's pretty tough to land a gig like that. And speaking of, right, like I've done a lot of different kind of DJing, you know, like it's not like I only know how to do Japanese EDM. I've done some like mainstream stuff before. It's just that there's a certain, the interesting thing about DJing is that it's kind of like a job if you think about it, in the sense that like you are an entertainer and your job is to entertain people. Like if you're being hired at a club, the club is going to expect you to play their music, and the club is going to expect you to cater to the crowd's musical taste, right? And most of the clubs in this city, unfortunately, do not play music that I like. And when there's virtually no EDM scene in Toronto at all. There's like some really cool underground stuff, which I have heard about, haven't had the chance to go to as of yet, although I really should. Again, financial stability, kind of tough. But yeah, you get gigs mostly, but not with the kind of music Leaf plays around his area. Yeah. Did you try to research a job for DJing permanently in a club or something? No, I haven't. And for the reasons I said, it's actually funny. I was at a shisha lounge the other day, and there is a DJ there. And his transitions were terrible. His transitions were so bad, but like I couldn't even really hate on him too much, because like the kind of music that he's mixing is like party music, you know? It's like Gasolina, Bruno Mars, you know, like fucking that, you know, Hey Shoddy, It's Your Birthday, etc. Just a smattering of like nostalgia, millennial. I won't say trash, because that's hurtful. Trash. No, I'm just kidding. I actually like that music, but like it's so painful to DJ because it's not music that was meant to be DJ'd at all. EDM was made with DJing in mind. Those songs are made to be mixed in and out of each other. Radio music is not. Music that you hear on the radio is not made for that. It's made to be like quick, punchy, done. You know, in and out. 3 minutes or less. So, yeah, I haven't, you know, what I really don't want to do is end up in a position where like I'm DJing for money and like I hate it. Like I can't imagine like how crushing that would be. To like have this one thing where like I'm so passionate about DJing because like I genuinely love it, and like I genuinely like I go back and I listen to all my mixes, like every single one, and I get a lot of enjoyment out of it, like probably the same level of enjoyment that you guys do, if not more. And to like I don't know, it's almost like you're a painter, like an artist painter, but like they want you to paint houses, you know? Like it's or you're a graphic designer and like all you do is like advertising. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe I should bite the bullet and expand myself into that area, but it would be tough. However, I have discovered something that might make it easier. So all hope is not lost on the project DJ Leaf becomes a normie DJ for normie clubs operation. Doing your passion in a way you dislike to make money is a great way to destroy your passion overnight. Absolutely. Look no further than every YouTuber ever. Well, not these days it's not as bad, but like between the years of like 2010 and like 2018, you probably saw like a dozen or more of like your most beloved YouTube creators like go from like, oh, I'm doing YouTube as a hobby to, oh, I'm doing YouTube and I'm getting paid now and I'm doing it full time and I actually can like sustain myself. And then going from that to like I want to die because you're always having to chase trends and like you're no longer making the videos that you want to make, you know, and you're just doing it to put food on your table, which sucks. Just giving I love photography, but the idea of doing weddings / real estate makes me want to throw my camera in a trash can, but that's where I would go to make money with my passion. Same for me, bro. Weddings. And you know what? I turned down a gig that would have paid me quite a bit of money. It would have paid me enough money to pay for rent for 1 month. And mind you, my rent is very cheap because I get a very good deal in the place that I live. I turned it down because I asked like, what kind of like music do you guys want me to play? And they gave me a list of music that looked like something that you would have heard at like a 2005 high school dance, like Michael Jackson, Bruno Mars, fucking Fergie, Black Eyed Peas, like that kind of stuff. And I'm like, and I'm sitting here and it's like a list of like 700 like the most popular songs of all time. And I'm just like, I know exactly what it is that these people want me to do. And it would be so easy to do. The thing about DJing, as opposed to like almost any other kind of like artistic medium, is that the bar for audience satisfaction is so abysmally low. Like the vast majority of people who are listening to a DJ just want to hear the music they want to hear, and that's it, full stop. The vast majority of DJs who play for like, you know, big normie crowds, not like, you know, the more underground stuff, like they have higher standards, but like the big normie crowds and like, you know, these clubs and stuff, like you could get away with an aux cable and a Spotify playlist and they would not be any the wiser. They would not care. It's very, very difficult as an audience member to tell how skillful a DJ is. Very, very difficult. if not impossible. And I know this because I've gone back and listened to a lot of the DJ mixes that I listened to many times before I became a DJ, and I'm like, there's a mistake there. There's a mistake there. There's a mistake there. This is out of key. This is off beat. Like, and before I never noticed, not once. So I knew exactly how I would have done this show. Like, it would have been off key, quick transitions. Like kind of whiplashy transitions. Although people love that for whatever reason. Like, people love it when, like, you know, you're listening to like one song and then like it just stops suddenly, and then like another song that they recognize gets played. That's the thing I hate about this kind of DJing, is that it's all about playing songs people have already heard before. And they're like, oh my God, I love this song. Like, for me, my kind of DJing is like exposing you to music you have not heard before so that you can find a new kind of music that you like. Which is why I love it so much that people leave comments and saying like, oh, thanks to you, I discovered this kind of music. That is my goal as a DJ, you know? So yeah, I turned down this job at a wedding because I was like, this is just going to suck. Like, this is just going to suck. And I'm going to be at a wedding wearing a hoodie because I don't own a suit and I can't afford one. And I'm going to be playing a bunch of music that I hate. And the worst thing too, you know, like if you're at a wedding, you're getting paid like $500 an hour. There are going to be a laundry list of requests. And when people ask you for a request, they want you to play that song right away. It's crazy. And it's like, you didn't even pay for me. You know, like if the bride or groom or whatever, like asked me to play a song, like say no more. But even then, like I've done a wedding reception before and I got requests and I'd be like, yeah, I'll work towards it, you know? Cause like, I'm going to like drop to the right key, drop to the right BPM, or raise up to the right BPM. And then I'm going to very seamlessly blend into it. Right. They don't want that. They just want you to play that song right now. Just stop the music that you're playing. You're in a flow. Don't give a fuck. Stop the music and just play this song that I like, because it's all about me. Even though I haven't given you a single dollar. You're the DJ. You need to do this. There's like a whole like perception of DJs like outside of this kind of scene that's like very, it's almost like you're a plumber, you know? Like you're just expected to do certain stuff. Anyways, moving on. I don't know. I don't have any passion, so I can't tell, honestly. Everybody's going to be passionate about something. Everything's going to be passionate about something in their life. You just need to find it. It took me a long time. I mean, okay, you're probably passionate about video games, because fuck it, everybody's passionate about video games. And you know what's funny is that one of the reasons I got into DJing is because I was passionate about rhythm games specifically. So I always had a kind of like a musical sort of streak in me. You'll find your calling too. Like, it's really, you'll know when you found your calling when you are spending 8 hours a day for a month and a half working on something you don't have to be working on. That's when you know you found your calling. When you're like doing like overtime, when you're like really kicking your own ass to do something just because you want to do it and no other reason, that's how you know that you've found your calling. Crush on Dusty News and video games. Yeah. Hey, that can be your calling. Like, you know, I'm watching like all this stuff about like, you know, competitive Counter-Strike and stuff. And it's like, yeah, like these people, like there's a lot of money in it. Like you can play at a professional level of video games. And like, if you really, really want to dedicate your life to it, you know, like that is an option for you. I wish that was an option for DJs. It really isn't. Like, but I don't know. It's up to you though. Like it has to be something that like you again, like you feel drawn to it. Like if it doesn't even feel like a decision, it just feels like something that like is like, you know, it's a calling. It feels like something that you have to do. Oh, Overwatch. Overwatch. Are you enjoying Rivals? Because I hear Rivals is like the new Overwatch, but it's good. I don't know. I never want to go viral, but you get pigeonholed into a niche and it destroys you. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I've done so much to keep the future core people at bay. Because like if I wanted to just do what was like most popular, every mix would be a future core mix. But then like, yeah, you get pigeonholed and it's over for you. Like, then that's the only thing you can do, and you will get bored of it eventually. You absolutely will. I'm very lucky that like after the future core mixes blew up, the 200 BPM mixes started to blow up as well. And like that is something I'm much more comfortable like doing a lot of, you know? Like I would say that that's my specialty, is 200 BPM or higher, because not a lot of DJs do that kind of music, because a lot of people think it's unmixable. A lot of people think it's just, there's no point, you know? Oh, I should, yeah. So my time in Virginia, the set that I did in Virginia, when I started that set, there was maybe like 10 people in the crowd, 10, 12 people in the crowd. It was a very, very small venue, tiny. It was a house party, right? By the end, there were 2 people left. I had scared them all off, because like half of the crowd was like people from my scene of DJing, right? Like the Japanese EDM scene. And the other half of the crowd were like normies who had only ever listened to like maybe Avicii as far as EDM goes. So they all left. But yeah, it is, I'd say it's my specialty, because a lot of people like think like, oh, there's no point, it's undanceable, it's unmixable, blah blah blah. And it's like I think that like you really just, it needs a time and a place, you know? Because like if like Skrillex got as popular as it did because like it was like this explosion at the time that nobody had seen before. You see the memes and stuff, it's like people's like hair getting like fucking blown back and whatever. There is a niche for that can go beyond you know, like mainstream audiences, like to mainstream audiences. But like the thing is that it just you need the right time and place to wow somebody. If you just like, it's like sneaking vegetables into somebody's meal though. Like they have to not be expecting it. If you go and try and advertise yourself like, I'm the 200 BPM guy, come to my 200 BPM show, nobody's going to show up, because they're going to be like, 200 BPM? That's undanceable, it's unmixable, that's terrible, that sounds like awful, you know? But if you just drop it on them all of a sudden, it's like, oh, what is this? I've never heard this before in my life, you know? Like, this is crazy. So I think it's a time and place thing. I bought a controller and experimented to try to get, I'm so behind the chat, by the way, I'm sorry, to try to get a better understanding of everything you guys are doing, and my respect for the art form increased tenfold. Yeah, you really don't know what a DJ is doing until you become a DJ. And that's the only time that you can really appreciate how good a DJ is. It's not like sports where, like, you know, you can see some dudes do something crazy and you're like, oh, wow, that's awesome. Because a part of the thing about being a good DJ is that if you're a really good DJ, people don't notice the things that you're doing because it's so smooth and seamless. But it's like a double-edged curse. It's same with editors, right? Like the best editors, you don't even notice their editing, right? Like, because it's so perfect, you know? But yeah, once you become a DJ, then you can really start to hear the difference. And like me, if I just listen to a set, if I just listen to a DJ set, I can immediately from one set, I can tell how skilled that person is. And sometimes the answer is like not skilled at all, and sometimes the answer is very, very skilled. and they're doing stuff where like a DJ's really skilled, where like you go from one song to the next and you didn't notice the transition. Like sometimes I'll be listening to a set and I'm like, I'm 15 minutes in and I don't know where one song has begun or ended. Yeah, so it's something that you only really appreciate once you become a DJ yourself, which is very unlike other artistic mediums. If I ever get married, I need to hire DJ Leaf to give me the most out-of-pocket mix of your life. I 100% I would do that. 100%. If you want me to do some crazy shit for a wedding, or anything really, but like, yeah, I would 100% do that. Absolutely. I'd be so fucking stoked. Yeah, I know. It's brutal that everybody left, but whatever. It is what it is. So there will be DJing today, by the way. I know I keep saying that. It keeps not happening, but I swear to God. So let's talk real quick about like what is going to be going on in the channel going forward. More things. I am going to do a stream every other day for the next week, and I'm gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna see like maybe it's too much, or maybe it's not enough, maybe I want to do more. We will see, but I want to do a mix every other day. I really want to start doing more for the channel, and like I want to put out more mixes, and I'm gonna put out a poll that asks. I'm sure like maybe only like 10 people are gonna vote, but I'm gonna do a poll asking about like the visually edited videos and whether or not people would be fine with that just being like an occasional thing, or if people really do want it for like every video, then like I might just do more streams generally, and then like but I don't know, right? Like we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. We'll try it out. We'll put out a vote, and then we'll decide. But I'm gonna be streaming every other day for the next week. So call it what? 4 streams? 4 streams over the next 7 days? I think 4, 3 or 4, whatever. Call it 4. That's 8 days, but whatever. Call it 4. I'm going to do 4 streams over the next 8 days or 7 days. And we're going to see how it goes. Like, I really do want to start taking it more seriously. Oh, man. Oh, it's over. The lo-fi. Okay, next lo-fi mix. It's all lo-fi today. I tricked you. There is no DJ mix. It's just lo-fi. It's just lo-fi beats forever. No, I'm just kidding. But I want to do a lot more stuff for the channel. And part of that includes doing a lot more streams. And I want to do more streams like this, just talking. Because as you can see, how long? 3 hours? Jesus Christ. As you can see, I like to talk a lot. As you can see. And it sucks because when you're DJing, you kind of can't talk because, like, you A, don't want to talk over the music, and B, you're so fucking focused all the time. I think I'm going to maybe do, like, some gaming streams. I've been talking about doing a Half-Life Alyx stream forever, and I just never did. I feel like I probably should because apparently it's only, like, 8 hours long. Could honestly do that in like a day, 2 days. But I want to do more streams where like I can talk to my audience, because there's so much stuff I want to talk about when it comes to DJing. There's so much shit I want to talk about when it comes to DJing, man. I mean, fuck, we talked about a lot today. We talked about my stupid job. We talked about the economy. We talked about Japan. I really hope I can go to Japan. Oh god, I'm gonna be crushed if I can't go to Japan. We'll figure it out. I'm talking about Virginia. We only a little bit. We've been talking about DJing, but like, there's so much to talk about DJing, man. And I really want to do more of that. I think I might do a Limbus Company stream because the gift of the gab, yeah, bro. It comes from many years of isolation. Many years of isolation. And I'm not even talking about the pandemic, like pre-pandemic. Pandemic was just it was just Tuesday for me, you know? Like, being a NEET for as many years as I was back in like high school and whatever. Many years ago now. Oh man, the days of NEETdom are like so far in the rear view mirror. Back when like I could just like rot for like 6 months and like go to bed at 6 a.m., wake up at like 7 p.m., play video games all day. Of course, those are like some of like the worst years of my life. So like, double-edged sword, but like, oh god, it sucks like knowing that like something can happen and like you'll be homeless. And like you'll be panhandling like on the street begging for money. Actually, I don't think it'd ever be that bad. I don't think I'd ever be homeless, but like very possible that like I'd have to like beg family members to like take me in, and that's no better, honest. Well, okay, that's not true. It's much better than being fucking homeless, but it still sucks. My entire formative childhood and teenage life was wasted playing MMOs. I loved it. Honestly, MMOs is better because like you actually like have a community and stuff, and like you form bonds in MMOs that like sometimes last you like the rest of your life. Like there are people who like I've met playing like MMO like adjacent stuff where like not true MMO, but like that kind of like flavor of gaming. And some of those people like I've gone on to like meet in like real life, and they're like really cool people, you know. When you go through the shit with somebody, like even if it's just in a game, like you really like form like an unbreakable bond with that person. So I'd say it's better than what I was doing, which is I was playing Civilization 5 instead of going to school when I was in high school. Little known fact about DJ Leaf, I flunked out of high school and then went back years later, not many years, maybe like a year or two later, and went back to high school and graduated. Yeah, Civ, dude, it was so bad. I was legitimate, like there aren't many games I could say that I got addicted to, like truly addicted. I was addicted to Civ 5. Like I was addicted to it. Like I couldn't stop. Like I would wake up, play Civ 5 until like 4 a.m, go to sleep, and then wake up and do it all again for weeks. And it got so bad to the point where like when I walked outside, because you have the grids on, right, to make it like easier to like suss things out. When I looked outside, it was like I was a bee. Like I could see hexagons in my vision. Like the hexagons were like burned into my corneas. It was so bad. I'm being dead serious. Like when this happened, I was like, I have to cut back. I played Civ 5 when I was in the military. I spent 40 hours in one weekend. Yeah, sounds about right. Decided to uninstall right there. Never touch it again. Good call. Civ 7's now out now, just saying. Civ 7 looks like it's trash, unfortunately. Although every Civ game is trash when it first comes out. And then it gets progressively more playable as they release expansions. Although Civ 6 was pretty fucking egregious with this, where it like now it's like if you want to play Civ 6 but good, you have to spend like $120 because like the expansion is like the price of a full priced game. They're not the only company that did that. Fucking XCOM did that too. XCOM 2. And you know what? I think I actually bought that expansion, then I never played it. Maybe I should play XCOM 2 on stream. I want to stream. I again, gift of the gab. I feel like I could totally be a streamer. I think I could do that. That's the one thing I think that I could do that could possibly keep me afloat financially. But you know, we're gonna do some experiments to that degree to see what kind of ground we can make up. Maybe I'm hoping like just streaming more will because like some streamers, they stream like 10 hours a day, like a day, and I've at most have been streaming like an hour every 2 weeks. I need to be streaming more than that for sure, whether it's DJing or otherwise. I need to be doing a lot more. Anyways, remember I said I was gonna DJ today? I lied. No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. We actually are gonna DJ. We're gonna DJ right now. Nah, I just fuck with you. All right. Hold on. I got to. I will be right back because I've been sitting in this fucking chair for so long. I have to actually stand up and walk over to the DJ decks. But I'm gonna show you something pretty cool. We got new tech. DJ Leaf has new tech for DJing. New tech just dropped, and I'm gonna show you. It's actually kind of exciting, and it's gonna make DJing. It's gonna make DJing 200 BPM live a lot easier. So we're gonna nerd out about DJing in a second. I will be right back.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
We're gonna keep the lo-fi beats. Nerd shit. Let's go. Oh my god, my legs. I'm sitting down for 3 hours. Fucking hell. Okay. All right, now let's go over here, and we're gonna put this here. Excuse me. I lied. I ate breakfast today, but that's the only thing I've eaten today. I've only eaten breakfast. That should do it. Oh. Sorry, there's a bunch of stuff I have to get set up here. Normally, all of this is done before the stream, but today, of course, was a bit of a different kind of stream, so none of this has been set up. But let's pull this up here. And then I'm just grabbing my screens, can exit out these notes, which I barely used. Oh, come on. Oh. Come on, chat. Get back here. I'm trying to grab the chat window. Hold on. There we go. I got you, chat. Don't worry. There's chat. Yeah, you can get your food now. It's just those two windows, right? I think so. Oh. Oh yeah, I got a new headphone cable, which is actually pretty good, but problem, way too short. So I have to send it back and get a longer one, unfortunately. All right, I think we're good here. Let me just get record box. What is it? Streaming, right? Yeah, streaming. There we go. Let's I guess we'll keep the lo-fi on for now. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, I forgot. I gotta do something real quick. Oh. What? There we go. Oh man. See, this is tough because this headphone cable is so short. I'm always at threat of ripping my own head off. I have to turn my trackers backwards, or else I'm gonna be like flying through my DJ controllers constantly. And put this here, and then lock this. And there we go. So you can, as you can see, this looks a little different than what it usually looks like. So, hold on, I should probably turn the volume down on this. So as you can see, now you're probably, well, what does it look like on stream? Yeah, so in the top right, you can see a very like small version of like my waveforms, and that's like much larger for me, but like I try to keep it small so like it's not taking up too much space. But the rest of this, you can see that on here on the waveforms, and I think it should capture my mouse. It actually doesn't capture my mouse, but you can see there are these colors, right? These colored boxes. Now, these are something called phrases. Now, here's the thing. This is gonna be a small DJ tutorial for you. So a phrase, basically every song that exists, really, is broken up into chunks, right? Let me enlarge my chat so I can see this better. My voice slightly changed. Did it? Probably because I'm standing now. I got VR trackers a couple months ago, but my GPU's too wimpy to run my current headset. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, so these are the phrases. And the thing about, yeah, every song is broken up into chunks. And when it comes to EDM, right, like you start to notice that there is a pattern to this, right? Now, every genre is kind of different, right? And this is one of the reasons why I hate mixing, like, quote unquote. Oh, wait, did I? Hang on a second. Did I fuck up the camera angle? No, camera angle should be fine. Okay. Ignore me. Anyways. There we go. There we go. That should be good. So, every song is split up into chunks. And these chunks, you can call them phrases. The reason why I hate mixing, like, you know, radio music, let's say, music that you would hear on the radio, is because their phrases are typically much shorter and, like, sometimes, like, completely out of whack. Because they're not really thinking about DJing when they make these songs, right? They're thinking about making music that's gonna like apply to like the or cater to like the largest common denominator. I won't say lowest because that's kind of disrespectful. But let's say largest common denominator. So they don't really care about phrasing that much, you know, like at least in terms of like making it nice and neat and organized. Look at this song. This song is The Ultimacy. Aaron, a collaborative track between Aaron and Massive New Crew. Now, if we start at the beginning here, here's this part. Oh, let me turn on my beat jump. We start off with this little bit, and this is like just like kind of like an intro. Like you can see here, I've split it up, right? Because this isn't a part of the phrase. This is its own little kind of like intro thing. And then the real phrase is here. Phrases in EDM are typically split up into 32 beats or 64 beats. So here's a 32 beats, and then 32 beats again, and then 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, and then, oh, look at this. This isn't 32. This is 16. Ooh, that's bad, because if you're trying to match up, and like if you look, right, if you're looking at this in the waveform, like maybe you could catch this as like something that's like looks off. Like something that doesn't look like it's going to fit into like the standard like 32, 32, 32. But you might not catch it. Many times you will not. Being able to read phrases, read and count phrases, is how you DJ. It's all about reading phrases, being able to read phrases on a waveform, and then learning how to match up those phrases with other phrases from another song, and knowing which phrases to match up with which other phrase. So, for example, if I'm going to like let's say I want to, oh, I hit my spacebar by accident. Let's say I want to mix. We're gonna say Break Through Myself. Great track, fantastic track. Break Through Myself. It's got some weirdness in it, but like for the most part, it's 32, 32, 32, and then 16. Ugh. 32, 32, and then 8. Oh man, this is like this will fuck you. This will totally fuck you. This will fuck your whole mashup. This small rogue 8-beat mini phrase, let's call it. It's like an off phrase. It's not even really a phrase, right? If you're trying to combine these two tracks together, right? You see like, well, let me turn on beat jump on this. So 32, they match up perfectly. 32, 32. And then all of a sudden this 8, like if you let this play, all of a sudden now you can see the phrases are unaligned. Like this should be here. These two blue strips should be matched up, but they're not matched up. So it's going to sound completely fucked. When I heard about this, when I first started messing around and started identifying them in my own music, it felt like hacking the matrix. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because like is it right that we only see one side? Oh, yeah, fuck, I forgot that you can't actually, you can only see, yeah, this. I have it enlarged so that it's easier for you to see. But if you see like above with the, hold on, I guess I can make this larger. It's gonna be kind of cancerous, but. There we go. So this this red strip that you see here, this fucks you. This totally fucks you. If you don't spot that, you're just done. It's over. GG. It will train wreck your mashup. This little guy, this little red strip here, this is what has been holding me back from doing good live 200 BPM sets. It's these little mini phrases that like you can't really know when it's coming unless you really know the song well. And even if you do, sometimes you can still miss it. The thing about having this marked is that if you play the song, and you can see, or let me play it actually for ultimacy, because that's, you can see that better on stream. So let's say you're doing this, right? Let's say you're doing something like this, and these guys line up. These 32 beat phrases line up, but then you have that 16 beat, which is like labeled as like down, like this guy here. This guy here is gonna fuck up your whole mashup. But because of the lovely beat jump buttons, what we can do is that, we're playing these at the same time, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. But in order to keep this aligned, when this comes up, boom, you hit 16 beat jump, and you just jump right over that, which would have fucked you. And then there's another one here, 8 beats, bam, jump over that. And now it's all aligned. That's how you keep it aligned. Now, the thing about it is that, like, it never even happened, yeah. The thing about that is that sometimes those beat jumps work, and sometimes they sound like very jagged. The thing about EDM, which is so nice, is that these are made in a computer program on a timeline, and the samples that they're using are broken up into beats. So they start when the beat starts, and they stop when the beat stops. However long the phrase is, whether it's an 8 beat long sample, 16 beat, etc. Half a beat, we're talking about very quick stuff. As long as the phrase is going to be perfectly cut, like a piece of bread cut into a perfect equilateral rectangle, a perfect square, because that's how it's done in the program. But if you're, for example, recording something that's like live, right, like a live recording of like a band or whatever, it's not going to be exact. And there's going to be a little bit of start before the beat and a little stop after the beat. And if you're trying to beat jump something like that, it's going to sound fucky. But not with EDM. With EDM, if you do it frame perfect, if you do it on the beat, like almost like totally perfectly on the beat, it will sound as if it's just one track. It'll sound like it's no different from track, because basically what you're doing is like you're cutting and pasting the track, or you're cutting out a part of the track and you're shortening the length of the track. And if you were to do that in a computer program like Ableton or Fruity Loops or something, it would sound perfectly normal. It'd sound perfectly natural because it's all lined up on the beat. No, this isn't. However, this doesn't work all of the time. Like, I could do an example, but I won't do an example because I don't want to like do like really crazy music and then go back to lo-fi. We're gonna do some mixing in a second. Anyways, the thing about DJing, and like you see here, like these have never been here before. These phrase markers, I put these in today. Or actually, maybe this one was yesterday. Over the last 2 days, I've been doing this. And I've thought about doing this for a while, because this is like the main issue that I run into when I do 200 BPM, is that what you see here, these colors and these rectangles, and like some of this is like marked down for like a down tempo portion or down tempo phrase. This is up because it's like a build up phrase and another down tempo phrase, and then a build up phrase, and then another build up phrase, and then a chorus phrase, which is like your drop. This is what my brain is having to do, like basically all the time when I'm DJing, is like, because you can see here on the waveform, you can kind of make out these blocks, right? Like you can kind of make this out. on the waveform because it looks like a solid block. Like if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking that's probably 64 beats or 32. It's probably 32. It is 32, but you don't know for sure because as you can see, like this portion here, right? Like, is this a part of the full 32 beat phrase, or is this an extra 4 beat phrase that's gonna fuck up my mashup? That's gonna unalign my mashup, right? This is the fear. This is a fear you feel as a 200 BPM DJ all the time because your songs are moving so quickly, they're going by so fast that you don't have time to figure that out. You just have, many times you just have to pray that it's gonna work, you know? And if it doesn't, figure out a way to get out as quickly as possible, but it's fucked. It's you fucked it. So I've been doing this where I've been adding these phrase markers to my songs so that I'm able to do more effective mashups. Now, you might be asking yourself a couple questions. First of all, how does this work? And the answer is it's janky as shit. You analyze the phrase through Rekordbox, and it will automatically mark for you where it thinks the phrases are. Of course, it fucks this up because Rekordbox fucks up everything. Rekordbox is not an intelligent human being. It's a fucking automatic computer program. So it's going to try and measure out 32, 64 beat phrases, but like it's not going to know exactly what's perfect. And when it comes to like these extra fuckers, like these guys that throw you for a loop, like these extra 16 beat like mini phrases or 8 beat, or the absolute worst is like a 4 beat one. When it comes to these guys, Rekordbox is not going to mark them out for you. So all of these I've been doing manually, totally manually. And it's taking a lot of time. It's taking way longer than I thought. I've almost gotten through 2A. Dude, God, I keep burping. It's literally just from drinking water. But I've gotten through like the first, almost completely through the first 3 keys, which is like 1A, 1B. 1A and 1B is completely done. 2A is almost done. Then after that, I gotta move on to 2B, and then all the way to 12B. So that's gonna take at least a few weeks, which sucks. There's no way to get around it. But now I feel like I'm committed, right? Because I feel like if I can do that, this is basically saving me a shit ton of brain power, right? But the way that you do this is that you analyze it, and I'll actually, let me see if I can show you. But like, I can't. Well, you just right click. Hold on. Can I show you actually? Hold on. If I go to like analyze track here, does that show up on stream? It doesn't show up on stream. It doesn't capture that, unfortunately. Take my word for it though. If you right click analyze, it'll show you 3 checkboxes, and one's key, one's BPM, and one's phrase. And you just want to, like, if you're reanalyzing a bunch of tracks that you've already done, like you've already like matched the beat grids and got the right key and all that shit, you don't want to like have to reanalyze the whole thing because it fucks up your like elastic beat grids or whatever. You just uncheck the BPM of the key and only check phrase, and then you analyze the track, and it'll analyze all of the phrases for you. When it does this, for a reason that literally nobody knows, I know because I checked, I looked it up, but for some reason, some of them look like this. So you can see here is like, this is like up 1, chorus 2, up 2. Because when it comes to EDM songs, right, like it's all about build up and drop. Build up, drop, breakdown, build up, drop, breakdown, etc., etc. But for this song, for whatever reason, it says intro and bridge, and then chorus, and then verse. And it's like, why does it say this instead of up 1, up 2, up 3? Why can't it just be universal? The answer, literally no one knows. No one. It doesn't say in the record box manual. It doesn't say it anywhere. So the theory, right? The theory is that record box will decide what kind of song it is, and then depending on what type of song it is, which nobody knows what the types are or how they're defined at all, it will assign a certain kind of like phrase naming. So like you just don't get access to some of these names, so it can't be uniform. Why is it like that? I don't know. It's stupid, but it's record box. So you might be asking yourself, if you are a professional DJ Leaf, isn't this yeah, but Pioneer is a small indie company. You can't afford to develop record box. Yeah. You might be asking yourself, DJ Leaf, isn't this kind of a crutch? Like, you're doing these kind of calculations in your head anyway. Isn't this kind of a crutch? And the answer is yes, kind of. I mean, you can also argue that beat sync is a crutch. You can argue that like automatic key analysis is a crutch, instead of like just like knowing what keys are by ear. You could say that DJing in software period is a crutch. It really depends on where you want to like. Yeah, fuck peers. The thing is, right, is that like I don't like people who are like who think that like DJing should be more difficult. And if you make it any less difficult, like it means that you suck. Like that like flies in the face of like the like technology. Like what is technology if not a way to make life easier? But like if like some like old school DJs would be like, oh man, everything went downhill once we started cooking our meat 2 million years ago, that we should have just stuck to eating raw meat and like hunting that way. It really went downhill since then, because like there's no skill in having to cook your food. There's no skill in agriculture, man. We should have never gotten past the agricultural revolution. It was the biggest mistake ever. I'm strawmanning a bit here, but I think that's it is kind of a crutch. The only way that this is a real crutch is if you don't have access to this on game day, which is like, you're in a club, you're doing a live set in front of 50 fucking people, and if you've only ever used this and you don't have access to it, and then you flounder and you die, that's when it's bad, and there's two things about that. So first of all, I've been DJing 4 years now. I can DJ without this, obviously. Do the phrases get exported /sewn on CDJs? So that's the thing. They do. But they only do on CDJ 3000s, which are the most expensive CDJs. They don't on the CDJ 2000s or the CDJ 2000 Nexus 2s, which, by the way, I fucking hate the CDJ 2000 Nexus 2s. The CDJ 2000 Nexus 2s, and basically every CDJ underneath the 3000, is less functionality than that you get from a DDJ 400 and a laptop. That should be unacceptable. That's thousands of dollars worth of equipment, right? I know it's old, right? It's outdated, but like, doesn't mean that there can't be like a firmware update. Like, there's no way that there's no excuse. Like, it's being gated. It's being gated behind a more expensive model, even though there's nothing that's like restricting Pioneer's ability to bring CDJ 3000 software to the CDJ 2000 Nexus 2s. So I hate the Nexus 2s. Just in general, it's not just you get no beat jump. Well, okay, technically you get some beat jump, but your beat jump is a touchpad. So you have to physically touch a touchpad screen, right? And remember talking about it, right? Like, if you want to do these beat jumps, it has to be on the beat, frame perfect, or else it sounds a bit jagged. You can't do that with a touchpad. Like, it's gonna be, there's gonna be some input delay. And also, from what I saw, it didn't go any higher than 16 beats, which is ludicrous. Actually, like, genuinely barbarism. Why even have it at all if it doesn't go higher than 16 beats? That's crazy. Because as you see, I mostly use 32. Because 32, basically, most songs can be broken up into 32 beat chunks. Most songs, most EDM songs, right? So I'll use my 32 beats to measure these out. And when it comes to the phrasing stuff, right? Like, I actually was trying to do this. If you can see, and I'll show you on this one, cross infection. As you can see here. Wait, what am I talking about? I totally lost my train of thought. What are we talking about? We're talking about phrases. Every song is split into 32 beat chunks, right? I don't know what point I was. I totally lost my train of thought. Oh, right. So I was. If you see this little red triangle here, right? This upside down red triangle. This is called a memory cue. And memory cues, you can easily switch to a memory cue with some arrow buttons on the controller, and it automatically goes to this memory cue. It goes to this one, and it goes to this one, and this memory cue, and this memory cue, and this memory cue, and this memory cue. I originally wanted to use the memory cues to measure out phrases to prevent the issue I was talking about before with, like, you know, you have like the rogue 8-beat phrase that fucks you. But you're only allowed a certain amount of memory cues. So it's extremely limiting. But with these, you get an infinite amount. You get as many as you want. Talking about, can you export these to CDJs? You can to the 3000s. Oh wait, I already said that before. Yeah, it works for the 3000s. And that's great because if you're going to a high-end, COS, thank you again. Again, really, it means so much to me. We'll see you later. I'm sorry we didn't get to DJing. I'm so sorry. Was I using 2000s at AN? So the first night we used 2000s. The second day, the day that I DJ'd, I did not use 2000s, and I was the only one not to use 2000s that whole event. I used a DDJ 1000 and a laptop because somebody did not have things set up on time for my set. So very last minute, I had to just set everything up. And I used DDJ 1000s. I did not use the 2000s, although I have used them before. And they suck. And there's some input lag too. I don't know how. It makes no sense to me. Maybe it was just the kind of, like, maybe they were just really beat up, but like 100% there was input lag between the screen and what I was doing on the controller. So like I had to like kind of like eyeball shit a bit, where I was like, oh, like I had to kind of like close my eyes and just know when the beat was coming and then just do it by ear. I couldn't use the screen as like a perfect reference because it was out of, there was a delay. I hate the CDJ 2000 so much. But the 3000s, it looks like the 3000s have basically everything. It has every kind of beat jump, whatever, which should be fucking normal, but whatever. It has every kind of beat jump. And you can see these phrases as well on the CG3000. I don't know exactly how it works because I don't have access to $12,000 DJ equipment, unfortunately for me. So, bit of an issue there. But I do know from what I've looked up that it does supposedly work. So if I'm going to a very, very high-end club, I will have access to this, which is very nice. Makes things way easier, way easier. But probably a lot of times I won't have access to this. And, you know, in those times, I'm not totally fucked or anything like that. Like, I've been doing this without phrase counting or, like, whatever you would call this. I've been doing it for 4 years now, so it's not the biggest deal. Anyways, I think that's basically it. Like, you know, when it comes to DJing, everything is just about mashing phrases. It's kind of like Tetris almost. Like, it's all about matching these blocks up together and, like, being able to tell, like, what's gonna mix together well just by looking at the waveform and nothing else. Like this section here on the top here, I can tell just from looking at this that this is something that, like, I can mix up in. The up 1, the up 2s, and then the up 3s are when it's like the last, like, like build up, the final build up. I know that that's gonna be fine with something like this, like a chorus. Like a build up is gonna work with a chorus because the build up isn't super in your face in the beginning, especially if you're using like some like lower EQ, like something like this. And then it's just matching it up. Like, let me use a better song. Like this song is fucking easy. Still in My Blood. Like this is where the chorus is here, and this is the build up. So what you can do, right? What got me into hardcore, technically, if hardstyle is hardcore, which technically it is, you know, if we're talking about like the definition of like what is hardcore music, I would say hardstyle is hardcore. So that would have been like very, very early on, Going Quantum, Guest Mix, Neelio, the Going Quantum Neelio guest mix. That was what got me into hardcore. And then from there it was like Searle got me into like happy hardcore. And then the real what got me into Japanese hardcore was Japanese hardstyle, when I got into Japanese hardstyle through Japanese rhythm games. And then from Japanese hardstyle, I got into all the different kinds of Japanese hardcore. Anyways, yeah, when it comes to doing something like this, like I know that this build up here is like a little bit intense, but I can just skip it. And so what I would do is that I would play this, and then like I would slowly bring up the highs and the mids. Oh wait, it's out of sync. I'm doing this like with my eyes closed practically. Okay. Fuck. I'm doing it with my eyes closed because I'm wearing a virtual reality headset. Cannot see what I'm doing. But you'd play it like this and then like slowly bring up the highs and mids like that. Why is it out of B? Oh, none of these are master for some reason. Okay, that was weird. I've never seen that before. Yeah, so slowly bring up the highs and mids. And then around here is probably where you would equalize. And then you would bass swap somewhere around here. And then, you know, skip that last 32 beat phrase. And then you have two choruses playing together, which is the DJ Leaf special. Is the double drop. The double drop is definitely the DJ Leaf special. I cannot help myself when it comes to double drops. And then bam. And I might even like, I don't know. I might bass swap back or something like that. Anyways. Soon, I will complete the fucking phrase measuring. I don't know what you would call it. There's no word for this. I mean, fucking Rekordbox doesn't even, it takes it so not seriously that like the main reason why they have phrases in Rekordbox is so that you can like, if you see here that like underneath these like bars, these phrase bars, those are like lights, like different lights. Like you can see it like a little bit more here. This area here, you can see down there, it's like it turns on like red lights or whatever. It's really just about like hooking it up to like a lighting setup so that like it has different kinds of lighting depending on what kind of like phrase is playing. But like this is like the key to DJing. Like phrasing, it is literally all phrases. That's literally it. It's all about phrases. That's what DJing is. If you want to know how to DJ, you need to know how to count phrases and how to match up phrases and to know what kind of phrases there are. I mean, you'll figure it out though, right? Like nobody taught me this. Certainly no fucking DJ tutorial taught me about phrases for whatever reason, even though that's like literally the most, yeah, if you can count, you can DJ. Even though phrasing is like the most important thing about DJing. I didn't know what a phrase was for the first like 2.5 years of DJing, but I just like kind of like intuitively picked up on it. Like I just realized like, oh, they're all kind of like broken up into like these little chunks, and like if you put the chunks together, like it matches up. Like I didn't know that was called phrasing until way down the line. And it's so funny because very, very early on in my DJ career, somebody told me about like, oh yeah, DJing is all about counting phrases. And I just kind of stood there and nodded like, yeah. And I was like, I have no idea what that means. Yeah, phrases. Yeah, no, it's totally about phrases. I don't know what that is. So yeah, it's all about phrases. So what will we do today? I kind of like, listen, while I really do want to fucking do some of this like 200 BPM stuff, but basically what I'm gonna do, right, is that like I'm gonna measure out the phrases on all of the 200 BPM tracks, which is, by the way, at present 694 tracks, and I've done maybe 50 or less. Not looking great so far. 50 over like the last 2 days. It's a lot of work. But I'm going to do it. And then I'm going to fucking grind 200 BPM for like weeks. You're going to get sick of it. You're going to get so sick of it. And I want to see like how far I can go by using this system. Of course, like, you know, as I do still want to go to Japan, to do a set. When I do get there, I really hope I do. I want to do something incredible. I want to do something crazy, because this is like in the message I was given, I was told, you know, sorry to tell you, but like the only thing that we'll accept is like hardcore distorted kicks. And I was like, buddy, say no more. Say no more. That's all I had to hear. So I really want to do something special, but it's gonna take some practice, man. It's gonna take some training. I hope they have CDJ 3000s. If they don't, that will suck. I'll still be fine, but I would love to test this phrase shit out on CDJ 3000s to see how applicable it is. Because the thing about this is that like the worst thing to try and do with CDJs is mix live, because you're dealing with one waveform over here, one waveform over here, and you're having to read the phrases here, and you're having to read the phrases here, and you're praying that there's no rogue phrase that's gonna fuck up your mashup. Like doing that in front of like 80 people is killer. It sucks. So yeah, we're not gonna do 200 BPM today. Sorry to disappoint, but what will we do today? I need to do something like a little bit a little bit laid back. Hey, you know what? I'm willing to take suggestions because I'm thinking I might do trance. And I know that's not everybody's cup of tea, but like I've been speaking for like the past like 3.5 hours. Yeah, around. And I'd like to do something kind of calming. But I'm willing to take suggestions from chat. Is there any kind of genre you'd like to hear? Purple Spy fucks with it. Purple Spy probably gonna be the only one to say anything. Let's go going once, going twice. Like so far, 1 out of 6 people are down for trance. And you know what? We'll do like trance and psytrance. We'll go back and forth in case we get bored of one or the other. And that's this file here. And unfortunately, I have kind of... Ooh, I've kind of fucked myself a little bit here. Because I did the phrase analysis for like all of my songs. Which I regret. Fernando Nando. Hi, Fernando. I'm Leaf. Yeah, I regret doing that because, like, you really do have to do all of these manually, or else they kind of fuck you up. So I'm gonna have to turn off the phrases. Say goodbye to the phrases, guys. I know I spent the last little bit gushing about the phrases and how important they are, but we're getting rid of them. So, because the worst thing you want to see is phrases that are wrong, and then it'll just fuck you up. Let's see here. There. Say goodbye to the phrases. It's over. It's so phrase over. Yeah, I let it do my whole well, not my whole library, but like I have 4 playlists, and they're like in order of like BPM. So like, let me see. Is it 4 or is it 5? It's 4. So there's 110 to 135. There's 135 to 160. There's 170 to 185, and there's 190 to 220 and above. So all of those playlists I phrase analyzed, and I'm deeply regretting it now. Because it's like, that's literally going to take me... I didn't realize how long it was going to take. That could take me years. That could actually take me years. Oh my god. Of like doing it like every day. But we'll grind through it. We'll grind through it. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, we're gonna do psytrance though. We're gonna do psytrance. Alright. Or psytrance and trance. We'll start with trance though. Yeah, the reason why I've got the trance bug in me right now is because the new Waves of Euphoria album dropped, and it dropped many months ago, and I didn't notice until like last week. But the new Waves of Euphoria album dropped, and I really want to do a mix for it. I want to do another trance mix. I do have another mix I have to do though. I have to do do 2 Lapix mixes because Coest commissioned them, and I definitely want to do them for fucking Coest. Yeah, I have the trance bug in me right now, so we're gonna do trance today. Let's turn off the lo-fi beats. Lo-fi beats are great because like it's something that you can listen to for like 10 hours and like it doesn't sound bad after 10 hours of listening to it. I think we're good, right? Like, oh, I should probably make sure that the audio is coming through. So audio. And then is it going out to? Nope, it needs to go out to my headset. Index HMD, there we go. My back is already killing me. That's a great start. All right, audio looks good. So we're gonna start with a little song called Six Realms, and I forget how it goes, but as you can see here, very just standard, 64, 64, 64, very standard. I don't have to worry about, like, trance will almost never fuck you. I say almost, look at this, it does actually fuck you here. But it only fucks you here. It's just this 8 beat. And, like, you can spot that. You can spot that from a mile away. But it's mostly uniform. Trance is so good. Okay, let me fix this. So this is, because this is too big. I had to enlarge this so I could show you guys what the fuck I was talking about. But we're gonna bring this back to how it used to be. What is it? Transform horizontally. Oh God. Fuck. Give me a second. Give me a second, bros. Like this. Like it should like lock in, right? Lock in. There we go. There we go. I'll keep the. Should I keep the waveform like this? I'll shrink it. I'll shrink it just so it's like this. There you go. You can kind of still see it. Actually, wait, no, I have to shrink it more than that because this is where the donation messages come up. So I'm gonna shrink it to there, so you can kind of see, but not that much. It's really only stuff that DJs care about anyway. So, but I do put it up there because I've had DJs tell me like, oh yeah, like I watch your streams and I see what you do in your streams, and that's helped me like become better. Which is the biggest fucking compliment like ever. I should check my my index controller battery. 46%. Not great. Oh, right, and I have to, of course, I have to put my stream in to the world so that the lights do the light stuff. I love how like everybody leaves once the DJ comes on. It's like, no, I was only here to listen to Leaf yap for like the last 10 hours. I don't give a shit about DJ. Music is cringe. All right, let's see here. Should be copy link. All right. There we go. Let's do a DJ or whatever. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do a DJ. Oh, let me actually like record. That would be nice. Whoa. Music? Music that isn't lo-fi? That's crazy. Now this is phrase matching.
Drop my controllers.
that was nice. That was clean. That was very clean.
I've already been going 24 minutes somehow. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try to do rapid fire. I don't know if anybody knows, but that was exactly what I was talking about when I said that sometimes you have a rogue phrase that fucks up your mashup. That's exactly what happened there. fermented mushroom. And that's the mix. That's the mix. Just an hour. Just an hour for today. You can see what I mean now by the Rogue. Oh man, I gotta sit down because my back is actually killing me. But you can see what I mean now by the Rogue phrases. The Rogue phrases in Annihilative Instincts, which is the also all my screens broke. My fucking my VR screens crashed. You can't see them, but like all of my my DJ screen is here and the chat is here. It's all frozen, so that sucks. But that what is it? Jingo Jungle, I think. Saga of Tanya the Evil in English, if you're a scrub, also known as Yojo Senki, the opening of Yojo Senki. There's a rogue 4-beat phrase in that song that fucked up my mashup. So that's sad. That would have been otherwise a completely flawless set. But we coped. We coped. It wasn't that bad. Considering I haven't I think the last time I DJ'd was oh god. When's the last time I DJ'd? It may have been in Virginia, actually. Oh, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah. So I haven't DJ'd in a month. Oh wow, that's so terrible. That's inexcusable. Because before that, I hadn't DJ'd for a month also. So yeah, no. Definitely, we need to do more streams, guys. We need to do more streams. Another stream. Not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna. Tomorrow I have to mail back this cable, this headphone cable, to Amazon, and then buy another one. I should probably actually buy it now, and then it'll arrive. But I have to do that tomorrow, and I don't know. I'll probably do something maybe we should stream Limbus Company. Does anybody want to watch DJ Leaf nerd about DJing for 10 hours and play Limbus Company? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we can get an answer to that tomorrow. Was that when the vocals were jarring for a second? Yeah, that was when the vocals were jarring for a second. I literally had to stop the track for 4 beats and then let go. And then let it continue. Oh, it would have been a flawless mix. Would have been a flawless mix if it weren't for that teeny little hiccup. Yeah. And you can see too with Trance, you can see that the phrases are a lot more noticeable. If you look at the I know it's kind of hard to see on the waveform down here, but if you see in the bottom right here, these phrases are very noticeable. You can see the chunks. These are all 64 beat chunks. Bam, 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 bam. Look at that. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You love to see a track like this. No rogue phrases. No rogue 8-beat phrases or 4-beat phrases. That's the thing. If it was an 8-beat phrase, I would have been fine because the smallest beat jump I can do is 8 beats. That's why a 4-beat rogue phrase is a death sentence. It's a death sentence for a mashup. Only the good hears would hear. I don't know. Maybe. You know what? It's so hard to tell when you're not a DJ. It's so hard to tell what's intentional and what's unintentional. Have I really been streaming for? Does that say 6 hours? That can't be right. No, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Not much better. Yeah, everybody's leaving, so I'm gonna call it here. Thank you for hearing me yap for 3 hours. More people stayed for the yap than the music, which is hilarious. But maybe that's a good sign. Maybe that means more yap streams. But
Yeah, well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll see each other tomorrow. Maybe not. But definitely in 2 days, which is Saturday, you will see me again. We're going to do more DJing. And I might sit down this time. Maybe. I don't know. And actually, I should stand. Oh. Oh. My internet's cutting out. All right, well, my internet's dying, so I guess, yeah, well, you can't even hear what I'm saying right now. It's all fucking laggy and shit. That's fine. Toodaloo. See you either tomorrow or in 2 days, depending on my mood. 0 kilobytes per second. It literally, no one's hearing any of this. It's so laggy. I hate my internet. All right. Bye-bye.